Hey, I think I'm live. I think I'm live. Hey, it's me, Vicky Marie. Oh gosh, I'm 8 minutes late. Sorry about that. Don't like being late, but usual last minute, um, things that I have to sort out, etc. Anyway, I won't bore you with any reasons. So here we are. So we're a year on. We're a year on exactly today, to the day. Even though for me, I thought yesterday was a bit more. I know the date-wise, today, the 27th, is the significant date because that is the date that Nicola Bulley went missing, actually disappeared. But of course, yesterday was Friday, and I felt like quite sort of almost more emotional about yesterday because it was a Friday and that was the day she went missing and she was looking forward to the weekend. This is just it. You just never know, do you? Don't know the moment in your life. I would imagine it's Friday. You know what it's like on a Friday. You're breathing a sigh of relief. It's the end of the working week, the end of the school week, the end of all the routine, and you're looking forward to the weekend. And I expect that's exactly what Nicola was doing. And we know that she was doing that, don't we? Because she had sent, she was organising a play date for the girls. She was supposed to be going out on the Saturday night with her girls, if you like, with, she was making arrangements to go out. She was making arrangements for a spa day, supposedly with Louise. There were lots of plans going on. And it's very sad that sometimes you make plans and these plans just never happen, do they? So, yeah, it's a very emotional day. It's a very sad day. I mean, for us, but of course, especially for Nicola's family, because you imagine how we feel and they will feel, millions times worse, won't they? That this time a year ago, that's when their world turned upside down, didn't it? Their world just imploded, really, didn't it, on this day a year ago? So, my thoughts are with them as well, and especially the girls. But so today, gosh, and I felt like there were so many things that I wanted to go through with you because it's also a year, if you like, since we've sort of become got to know about each other. I was watching today the very first video that I did about Nicola, not obviously realizing that a year later we would still be wondering what really happened to her. I felt that first time that I made a video that was something that would be sort of sorted out, if you like. I felt right from the beginning that there was something strange, that some foul play, if you like, about this case. So it wasn't as simple as what the police were saying right from the beginning. And watching that video back for me was so interesting, and seeing the way I felt then. I don't feel like I really feel any different now, a year on, and all the things that have happened and all the information that's come out in the inquest and the College of Policing review and all that. It hasn't made any difference to how I feel. And I know that obviously a lot of you feel the same way, if not all of you, otherwise you wouldn't be here. There's a lot of people here. I'm not going to say the hellos today because I think I might be quite a long time doing the hellos, and I've got so many things that I want to show you that I just want to get on with it, because this is going to be a long stream. So I hope you've got your provisions. Hope you've got provisions. I hope you're in the mood for watching something for a long time. Now, I know some of you won't be able to stay all the way through it. You'll be coming and going. And what I will do tomorrow is probably chop it into the chunks of the different things that we're going to talk about and I'm going to show you, and just release those as shorter videos. Sometimes, what I've noticed, gosh, it wouldn't do, would it, if we were all the same? I know that some of my chatters, they like the long streams, and others don't like the long streams and they want a shorter video, and some like lives, and others don't like lives. They prefer a recorded video. So, I try to keep everybody happy and do a little bit of what everybody likes. And hope that somewhere along the line I sort of get it right. But this first video that I'm going to show you, it is my video, if you like, because I recorded it earlier today, and that's when I put the question out, you know, did you prefer, because I would have put that video out first of all and then come back on and done a shorter stream and then another shorter stream, maybe done a premiere. And that's why I put the questionnaire out, the poll out on the community, you know, what do people prefer? Asking people what they prefer. And I think that overwhelmingly the preference was for a longer stream, you know, a sort of tea time. It's tea time for you. I mean, it's 7:15 here now, but if you're in the UK, you're an hour behind. And EST, I think, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. So that was the overwhelming preference. So that's what I'm doing. But the first video that I'm going to show you, I did actually make it as a video to show. So we're going to watch it together. I'm here and I'll be commenting on it. But the actual video you'll see I did record earlier. So I hope you're okay. I hope you're all okay. I hope you've all had a good Saturday. And, you know, just remember, I think one thing this, not only the Nicola Bulley case, any case, shows us is you have to seize the day, don't you? You have to take every moment when it comes, because you just don't know when you won't have any more moments. When Nicola got up that morning, she wasn't thinking, you know, as she left, that she would never see her girls again, and as she dropped them off or whatever happened that morning. As we'll see, I'm still not entirely sure what happened that morning. You know, she didn't know that that was not going to ever happen again. That routine was never going to be repeated. So we're going to start off with the video, if you like, that I made earlier, because where I wanted to start with talking about Nicola on this very important day, on this anniversary day, if you like, or this anniversary is just such an awful word, because anniversary suggests a celebration. Of course, it's not a celebration. But what else? I don't know what else to call it, to be honest. But anyway, where I wanted to start, I'm going back to the College of Police in Review, because this is the appendices. Although I went through the College of Police in Review, I did not go through the appendices. And go through the appendices, we've got an official timeline. Now, bear in mind that I'm saying it's the official timeline. I'm not saying that I think it's the correct timeline. I'm just going to be sort of reading out and showing you what the police report said. Doesn't mean I agree with it. Doesn't mean any of that. Just means, and you'll see at times I definitely do not agree with it, and I will say that. And it's the timeline, not only of the investigation, it's not only the timeline of Nicola's movements that morning, of what built up to the phone being found on the bench or near the bench or wherever, you know, wherever you think. It's not only that timeline, it's the timeline of the investigation, according to them. So we're going to look at that, and we're going to, I know that you won't agree with all of it. You'll agree with some of it. We're going to, then after that video, this video that I prepared earlier, if you like, we're going to be looking at another sort of short summary, if you like, of the process that the Daily Mirror released today, and I think that's quite illuminating. But I'll talk about that later when we come to it. Let's start off with this this video, which is the investigation timeline and the morning timeline according to the College of Police in Review. So this is the official timeline of the investigation and that what happened that morning. Whether you agree with it, whether it's true, I know people would. The timeline is a nightmare in my eyes, because everybody's got something different to say about the timeline. But let's have a look. And hello to everyone. There's loads of you here. Thank you so much for being here. And hello to all of you. Thank you. Thank you to anyone who subscribed to my channel. Anyone who likes my videos, don't forget to like. Anyone who watches the videos, thank you so much. The comments, everything, thank you. For any way you support my channel, thank you. And maybe while I'm playing this video, hello, it's me. Let me just give me a minute. I may be able to stop it, you know, even not Nick, I can join in with you a little bit. So that's quite nice as well. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take my face out of there so you don't have two Vickies. Double trouble. So this is where it all started. Well, this is where it all ended, I should say. And this is the reason why we're talking about this now. So I have a coffee this morning. And this is what we're here to talk about. Today is the exact anniversary. It's been a year since Nicola Jayne Bulley sadly left this planet in very mysterious circumstances. For those of you who don't know, now I just want to say about the headstone. The date of Nicola's, the date of Nicola's death that is on the headstone is, of course, the official date that was given by the coroner after the inquest. Because remember, at the inquest, it was decided that she died that morning within 10 seconds of entering the water. You know, many of us don't necessarily agree with that, but that is the official date, and that is what is on her headstone, bless her. About the case, I will put the playlist in the description box. There's probably very few people who don't know about this case, but there may be some, because I do get new subscribers all the time. So it could be that some people don't know about this case. But we can see that Nicola was a mother, a partner, a daughter and a sister. And she was born on the 12th of October, 1977. And she sadly lost this earth exactly a year, left this earth exactly a year ago today, on the 27th of January, 2023. Only 45 years old. And she dropped her children off at school. Well, this is supposedly what happened. We're going to look at the official timeline of events in this video. And went to take a dog for a walk by the side of the river, something that she did practically every day, and disappeared, and then was found in the river 23 days later. And despite the fact there's been investigation, inquest, police review, there are still lots of mysteries about what happened to Nicola. So that's why I'm making this video today. I'll be making several videos today, as it is a year on from when the very sad event happened where she disappeared. And this is where she is now. She's in the graveyard in St. Michael's, nearby to the river where she was found, in the churchyard. A very pretty little churchyard. I've been there before this gravestone was up, when just the wooden grave marker was there. Now the gravestone is up. So this is what we're going to talk about. And first of all, I'd just like to say, as usual, thank you so much to all my subscribers, all my members, anyone who watches, likes my videos, makes comments. Please keep your comments respectful. Everyone's entitled to their opinion on my channel. You know, you can agree with me, you can disagree with me, you can agree or disagree with each other, but just be respectful the way you do it. That's all I ask. So, okay, we're going to look at the College of Policing review. So, a review was ordered because there are so many anomalies in this case. I can't go into them all right now because I literally would be here all day. But I'll put the playlists, the Nicola Bulley playlist, and you can have a look at the previous videos that I've done. The inquest, did a series of videos about the inquest, a series of videos about the policing report, many videos over this year. And the fact that everybody, not only me, but many people, not only us, if you like, are still talking about this case a year later just shows how confused everybody is with it. So yeah, thank you for all your support. I mean, I cover other cases as well. I cover lots of different subjects. And I also, every now and again, we have some fun parties, like for New Year or the Burns night. The next one will be for Valentine's Day, of course, on the 14th of February. So next month will be the month of love on Vicky Marie Chats. But for today, we're talking about the police of the College of Policing report, and I'm going to read out the appendices and comment on the appendices. I have done a series of videos on this, but I didn't get as far as the appendices. So today, what I'm going to read out is the official timeline of the investigation. Now, there will be lots of controversy. I know, because many people don't agree with the timeline. Is such a bone of contention. There's many discrepancies, many people saying different things about it. You know, it's a minefield. But what I'm going to read you today and comment on is the official, you know, what the police say, whether we agree with it or not. You know, remember, I'm not reading this out and saying, oh, I think this is, you know, verbatim, that this is true. I'm just reading it out. That's what they say, so that we can talk about it, think about it. So let's have a look at it. You should be able to see it on the camera. Yeah, and I'm going to read it out as well. So this is Appendix B of the College of Policing Review, and it's the investigation timeline. So let's see what they've got to say. So the day of the investigation, so they start, of course, with day one, which is the 27th of January, 1 year ago exactly today. But bear in mind, it was a Friday. This year it's a Saturday. But it was Friday the 27th of January when Nicola Bulley was reported missing. And she was immediately assessed, according to this, immediately assessed as high risk missing person by the police. And specialist search teams were deployed to the scene. Now, what we need to say about that is, I think, when Nicola's partner, Paul, reported her as missing, he's told the police immediately, must have done, for her to be assessed as high risk from day one, must have told her about some problems that she was having, according to him. Again, you know, Nicola is not here to give her side of this, but according to her partner, Paul Ansell, she was struggling. She was having problems with the menopause. She was having alcohol, problems with alcohol, etc. And she had a few, you know, many things sort of transpired later that she actually, there had been a welfare check called out on the 10th of January. And also that the following day from that welfare check, Nicola had to go to A&E to have, because she had fallen, supposedly, and banged her head, and she had to go to A&E and have a head scan. So these are things that we as the public did not find out till much later, but must have been told to the police on the first day, because she was assessed as high risk. And specialist search teams were deployed to the scene. Now, I cannot underestimate, you know, how many search teams were sent out. It was coastal rescues, fire brigade, the police, there were dogs, there were drones, there was holes with radars on going under the river, etc. I mean, they did pull out all the stops to go to look for Nicola that very first day, but no trace of Nicola. Well, I say no trace of Nicola was found. Of course, her phone was there, and the harness from her dog was there, and her dog, Willow, was there. So this was the 27th of January. Day 1. So day 2, the 28th of January, the on-call SIO attends scene. What is very frustrating about this report is it doesn't really mention names. So it just says on-call SIO, senior investigating officer, attends the scene, agrees with the high-risk categorization and the working hypothesis. So bearing in mind that the working hypothesis was that Nicola had gone into the river. Right from day 1, they decided that Nicola had gone into the river, probably as a result of what they'd been told by a partner. Personally, I think that from day 1, they thought that Nicola had thrown herself into the river. That's my opinion. And then because they said later it's because there was no CCTV to show her leaving the area, but they wouldn't have had time yet to go through all the CCTV, on day 1 or day 2. And also there are lots of ways you could, have been to the scene. There are lots of ways you can get down to that river without passing CCTV. But anyway, so whoever the SIO, the on-call SIO was, they agreed with the high-risk categorization and the working hypothesis. And the specialist search, including of the river Wyre, continues. So it's important to say they weren't just searching the river. They were searching outbuildings. They were searching, there's a caravan site nearby. They were searching the woods. They were searching, according to them. Now, bear in mind, this is the police review. I'm just reading it out. According to them, they were searching everywhere. So day 3, 29th of January, coordinated public searches take place. The investigating officer attends the scene. I think this must have been Sally Riley at the time, because confirms. Right, no, is this the SIO again? Attends the scene, confirms that no third-party involvement is likely. This is on day 3. Day 3. And there is no need to cordon off the scene. Well, it's too late by then anyway, isn't it? Because the scene now, we're on day 3 and all these search teams have trampled all over the scene. Everybody, the wilderness dog has been at that scene, literally the wilderness dog. So there's no point. I think it's more likely to say more feasible to say the investigating officer attends the scene, confirms that no third-party involvement is likely, and it's too late to cordon off the scene anyway. I think that sounds more like it. Yeah, they were adamant from the start there was no third-party involvement. Again, saying because of CCTV or saying because of phone pings and stuff, despite the fact that at the inquest, it was said that a man in black had been seen. And also that screams had been heard. So it's just, this whole point about the daftness of this case, if you like, if it wasn't so serious because of mother is involved in this, 2 children have lost their mother, it would be just ridiculous. So it's too late to cordon off the scene, even if they wanted to. But of course, if they were convinced that, it doesn't even matter whether they thought it was third-party involvement or not. My contention would be if they had determined or decided that Nicola had fallen into the river by, some way, how could they just leave people around there? Then she might be found at any moment. Of course, the scene should have been cordoned off, whether they thought this foul play or not. You can't have the public hanging around when you're just about to take a body out of the water. According to them, that's what they thought was going to happen. You know, what is that mentality? Anyway, day 4, 30th of January, was the first police press briefing. The 30th of January. So again, because by now interest was, you know, it had been reported on the news. And of course, the news, all mainstream media, if they report on something and they notice, you know, that people are clicking onto it, if it's online, or they're buying the newspaper because of it, or tuning in because of it, of course they'll talk more about that subject. You know, that's what they're there for. They're not there for charity. They're not there for, you know, with the best will in the world. They're there to give information, but really they are, you know, making money off it. Of course they are. That, you know, that's the way of the world. They're not like charity news, mainstream media. They do it to inform people, but they tell people what they know they want to hear about, because that's how they sustain themselves. You know, that is, I don't see, it's not wrong, it's just the way it is. So they'll put a piece of news out. Like if they would have put a piece of news out about Nicola and nobody would have been interested in it, you wouldn't have heard anything again, or not very much. But when they put some news out and it gets traction, they're always going to return to that news. It's just common sense. So the first police press briefing was on day 4, the 30th of January. A new SIO was appointed, and this was Rebecca Smith. So it's not named here, but we know that it was Rebecca Smith. And she asked for a review of the investigation to date by the FMIT detective inspector, which was Sally Riley. Again, not named, but we know. And SPOCs were deployed to the family. So that was day 4. Day 5, 31st of January. The senior investigating officer oversees inquiries based on witness statements, CCTV footage, GPRS phone and Fitbit data by a team of 40 detectives. So they've got 40 detectives dealing with this case of a woman who, you know, supposedly a woman who's fallen into a river. Strange, isn't it? Anyway, by day 6, the 1st of February, widespread media and social media coverage of the story and the gold command structure was first formally established. So this is something that they do in high-profile cases, I suppose, and they're supposed to then abide by certain rules, conditions. On day 7, on the 2nd of February, Nicola's parents and sister were interviewed on Sky News. So bearing in mind, Nicola's partner, Paul Ansell, he still had not appeared, you know, to give any statement, etc. On the 2nd of February, this was Nicola's parents and sister interviewed on Sky News. And we will look at that. I might be able to find it now, actually. It might be a good idea to look at it now. Let's see. Yeah, let's have a look at it. So this is the interview that was made on that day. So we've got Louise, Nicola's sister, Ernie, Nicola's dad, and Dot, Nicola's mum. so it's said. And hang on.
It's like she's just vanished into thin air. There's no evidence to point us in any direction. Obviously, my hope is that she's still out there. Something's happened and she's, I don't know, needed to take herself off for whatever reason. And we just want a home. We need her home. Her children need a home. It's just absolutely heartbreaking.
Only for you, what's the last week been like as a father?
It's been very difficult. As from last Friday morning to date, it's just been so painful. We're such a close-knit family. We talk to each other, both our children, Louise and Nicola, and the children every day. There's not a day goes by without talking to them. And this has just emptied our lives at the minute. We just feel so empty. We appreciate everything that everyone's doing to find her. The police have been brilliant. The local community has been outstanding. And it's just comforting from that point of view. But at the end of the day, we just want her back.
On that point, the community spirit has been unbelievable in a very small village. How much has that helped you, knowing that people have come from far and wide to help look for your daughter?
Massive. It's been massive. We've really appreciated it. And everyone that's been involved doing the sweep search of the fields, etc., it's just given us hope that someone might find something that could give us that little clue to what might have happened.
We just need something. We're nearly a week on tomorrow and we're just going around in circles. It's like something's got to have been missed. There's got to be, somebody must know something. Somebody must know. People don't just vanish into thin air. There's got to be somebody that knows something. And all we are asking, no matter how small or big, if there's anything that you can remember that just doesn't seem right, then please reach out to the police. Please just get in touch and get my sister back.
I was going to ask you that, Lou. What is it you want to say to people watching this, wherever they're sat, wherever they're watching from, on the phones, on the tellies? What would you want to say to people in order to help you?
Well, just if anybody knows anything, just let us know. Just, Nikki, if you're bloody out there, just let us know that you're okay. We can sort anything out. We just want you home. We just want you home.
Yeah, my approach to this is that for the public to search their minds or anything that they might have seen, doesn't matter how significant it is. If it's something that they think might not be interesting, it could be, and inform the police that they've seen something. But the main thing is that we want to find Nicola, get her back home. There's 2 young children there waiting for their mummy to come back, and we feel that we want her back, obviously also. But if Nicola is out there, if she is watching this, then all we'd like to say is just come home, contact the police, contact ourselves, and we just want you back.
One thing on covering this story and speaking to people right at the very heart of it, and everyone harks back to this, is that there are 2 beautiful girls at home, Nikki's kids. How difficult is that, knowing that the daughters are there without a mum?
It's obviously their little minds are trying to process. They don't really understand. None of us understand, to be honest. But we've just got to try, and when there's children involved, you have to carry on. You've got to get through every day, and that's all we're trying to do.
But they know mum is missing. That they know that she's going to be coming home. And this is everyone's looking for her. So it's only a matter of time that they're thinking in their minds that she's going to walk through that door.
What happened on Friday morning was started off as what seemed to be Nikki's, daily routine. Really, dropping the kids off to school, taking Willow for a walk. It all seemed quite normal. But how do you feel about the fact that this has happened and it isn't Nikki in a way? If you get what I mean, it's not her. It's not normal Nikki.
No.
What's happened? How does that make you feel?
But we just haven't got any answers, have
No,
we? Just don't know.
She's done this 1,000 times. Drops the children off from school. A beloved dog, Willow. She loves it to bits, that dog. She'd do anything for the animal. She parks the car in the school car park, walks across past St Michael's Church, through that little lane, up to the open field, and that's where she does it every day in, day out. There may be days where she misses, but if it's not her, it's Paul. And it all revolves around the point that they've dropped the children off at the school. But it's just routine. And, we're just baffled by it. Just baffled.
The police earlier said that they're keeping an open mind about what's happened here. Is that easy to do? Is it difficult to keep an open mind? When there's speculation and everything. How tough is that?
Yeah, well, we're trying to be quite honest with you. We're trying not to get too involved in what people are saying because nobody knows anything, do they? So, and that's what we really want to say today is don't get blindsided that this has definitely happened, or we need to keep an open mind. Could be anything because there's no evidence to point any other way, and get my sister home.
We'll just end on a final note from you all, and how important is it that this message is out there, that people listen, that they give any information that they possibly can to help get your sister, to help get your daughter back home? How crucial is it right now?
Well,
it's the only thing we're holding on to.
We're holding on to this as not our last hope, but this is going to reach out to millions of people. And we're just hoping that from this interview that something may come of it, which will spark a light, and it will lead to us finding our daughter.
How much are you missing her?
Oh, don't. It's hard. It's hard. We're such a close-knit family. We are a close-knit family, I'm sorry. But we're such a close-knit family. We do anything for any one of us, and the children will do the same for us. We're getting on in life. And, the grandchildren and our own children are more important to us as we're getting older. So, yeah, just hope she comes home.
Yeah, very sad, very sad. Anyway, so let's go back to the College of Policing report. So that was the seventh day of the investigation, the 2nd of February. Nicola's parents and sister were interviewed on Sky News, and that was that interview. And the senior investigating officer contacts NCA to secure peer review. Then day 8, the 3rd of February, the first police press conference held in St Michael's on Wyre, and the first formal deployment of family liaison officers to the family. Day 9, 4th of February, Nicola's family friend, the community spokesperson, so this is Emma White, speaks to the media for the first time. Now, I thought she'd spoken to the media before that, but apparently not, according to this. But I think she had. I think she had spoken to the media before when she had that that cap on. I'm sure that was before the 4th of February. I think this might have been when she first spoke to the media, like all done up with her eyelashes on. Day 10, the 5th of February, there was a request from the SIO for investigation to be declared a critical incident but it was declined by the chief officer team. Honestly, since this College of Policing review came out, I had so much more sympathy for Rebecca Smith, so much explained about her attitude and what you could tell she was uncomfortable all the time. And she was just she was trying to do it properly. In my eyes, she was trying to do it properly, but her request to declare it a critical incident was declined. And by now it's day 10 anyway. So PIP 4 was formally appointed to the investigation. Now we have to look at these bloody, was that Pauline Stables, or was she already in charge? And I don't know. Anyway, day 11, 6th of February, Peter Folding and others from his company SGI joined the search of the River Wyre. So that was on the 6th of February. Day 12, 7th of February, a second police press conference was held in St. Michael's and Wyre. I think that was Sally Riley again, wasn't it? Day 13, the 8th of February, the dispersal notice was issued in St. Michael's on Wyre because there were so many people there doing their own investigations, according to them. Day 14, the 9th of February, expert advice received that body not likely to surface until around the 19th of February. So this is where, when people were wondering how Andrew Snowden knew, or, you know, when he made that infamous comment, because he's just thick and he didn't realise he should not have said that on the radio stations, if he thought nobody was going to, you know, the eyes of the world were watching and he seemed to forget. But expert advice was received that the body was not likely to surface until the 19th of February, which it in fact was when it did surface. Day 15, 10th of February, Channel 5 broadcast the special investigation featuring the interview with Mr. Ansell, and the number of family liaison officers was increased from 2 to 4. Now notice they have not mentioned here that first interview that Paul did on the banks of the river. It's not mentioned. Anyway, on day 17, 12th of February, the full Holmes. Now, I just wanted to say something there because, yeah, they don't mention that first interview that Paul did on the banks of the river where he laughed, where everyone thought that's what set everyone off thinking, wasn't it, that maybe there was more to it. And there was something I was thinking about today the reason that drew my attention especially to this case was the Daily Mirror printed on its front page in the morning, on its very front page, it printed a picture of Paul Ansell smiling, you know, that interview he did. Let's see, maybe I can find it quickly. And they were insinuating that he had done something. You know, the reason they put that picture, it's like, they even made a headline like, you know, missing woman's partner, something or other. And I drew my attention to that headline. Obviously, it was on the online somewhere. By the end of the day, that had disappeared. And I cannot find that anywhere on now. I can't find it anywhere. So that was removed. So why did they put that? Why did they put that picture in their paper? I felt like the Daily Mirror felt that Paul had something to do with it in the early days. Let's have a look at it. Hang on. Right. Can I look at it now? How can I go from that? Hang on. I'll take that off. Right, let's just have a look at that interview of Paul. This was the first interview, wasn't it, where we all started to feel, but the Daily Mirror literally had a headline with him smiling on it and made some insinuating comment as if he was involved. That's what caught my attention the first time. Maybe some of you remember it. And then now that has disappeared. You can't find that headline anywhere. There's lots of, if you go on Google, you can find lots of Daily Mirror headlines about Nicola Bulley, but you cannot find the one where they were insinuating that Paul Ansell had something to do with it.
I just can't believe that we're a week on, and as yet, it seems like we're no further on. It just seems absolutely impossible. Just like a dream. I just cannot get my head around any of it.
I mean, you're left sort of trying to make sense of the census, aren't you? It is just such a mystery.
Yeah, it is. There's just every single scenario comes to a brick wall, every single one of them, and then all we're doing is sitting there going round and round and round, going through every scenario, and then go back to the first scenario again. And
I think this thing here, it is definitely a bruise, because you notice when he moves his head, like it doesn't change. If it was a shadow, shadows change, don't they, as they move your head or move whatever it is. But that doesn't move. But anyway, so we'll never know, maybe, but...
And do the whole thing again. And it's just all day long. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing.
How are you coping? It must be so difficult. Like you say, your focus is on the girls, and it has to be. But
yeah,
it must be so difficult.
I don't know how I'm coping. I don't even want to actually think about that. Just focus. Just like I say, it's just about the girls. That's it. I'm there for them. I don't want to really elaborate on that. I don't want to take my eye off that.
It must be heartwarming to see the public response. Hundreds of people trying to help.
It's amazing. It is right now. It's the only thing that we can take is, that level of support is out of this world. It gives us a great amount of comfort knowing that that's going on. We don't have anything else, do we?
Well, there's hope.
We're never ever going to lose the hope, of course.
That was it, wasn't it? It was that very point there where he smiles. Look, his eyes are... it's so difficult because I don't know Paul, so I have no yardstick to sort of, to judge him, because I don't know what he's normally like. But he always looks to me like he's about to burst out laughing. And in fact, he that's exactly what he did.
Lose the hope, of course we're not. But right now,
let's go back a little bit.
Hope.
We're never ever going to lose the hope. Of course we're not.
Sorry, I'm trying to find.
We don't have anything else, do we?
Well, there's hope.
Yeah, he laughed and then he looked. Look. Anyway, that was it, wasn't it? And that was on the Mirror headline that day, because I remember, because that's what made, attracted my attention. They put that picture, or a similar picture to that, of Paul smiling on their front page. But by the end of the day, it disappeared, and you cannot find it now on Google, that actual, front page. Whereas there's loads of other front pages that you can find. So maybe... So that was really when everybody sort of perked up, wouldn't it, and thought, why is he laughing? Why is he laughing?
Oh, there's hope.
We're never ever going to lose the hope. Of course we're not. But right now, it is as though she has vanished into thin air. Just insane.
Yeah, he was going to say impossible, and then he said insane. But anyway. If only we could read people's minds. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Structure was implemented by the FMIT. Day 20, 15th of February, there was a third press conference held at police headquarters quarters. And this is the interview with Rebecca Smith, or the press conference with Paul Peter Lawson and Rebecca Smith. And it turned out later, we realised that she was not supposed to be doing that conference. It was supposed to be Pauline Stables, who went off sick. That was clever of her, wasn't it, really? Anyway, I think that reluctance to do that interview came over with Rebecca, because she came over as very edgy, very defensive. She did not want to do it, and she did not feel that she should have been doing it, and she asked not to do it, and she was told she had to do it. And in that interview, Nicola was described as high risk with specific vulnerabilities. And then later, of course, they had to release a further media statement referring to the menopause. And I think Mark Williams Thomas had a lot to do with that. You know, he was sort of making innuendos here, there and everywhere that there was more to it. He was supposedly going to interview Paul Ansell. I think he had a lot to do with that, actually. There was a lot of interference in this case. And I'm not, absolving the police from that. I think it's because the police didn't deal with it properly. But really, Mark Williams Thomas should have, and Peter Falding, they're both supposed to be experienced. They should know better than to interfere in investigations. So then, because they released that information referring to the menopause, the following day, 21st of February, day 21 of the investigation, 16th of February, there was widespread criticism of the release of this personal information. Finally, the investigation was declared a critical incident on day 21. Day 21. Thank you, Katrina. Very kind. Thank you. Hope you're okay, honey. Okay, so going back to this now. Yeah, day 21 before they declared it a critical incident. Day 21. What was the even point of it? What was the point of declaring it as a critical incident on day 21? And, it was all over 2 days later, or, say all over, but, the search was all over when Nicola was found. 21 days to declare a critical incident. And to be fair to Rebecca Smith, she had tried to have it declared a critical incident. So it wasn't her fault. She was denied by the powers that be. So I really, after the College of Policing report, I did become quite sympathetic towards Rebecca. I could see exactly why she was so prickly, exactly why she was so annoyed. Because her experience at the end of the day, 29 years of experience, she was trying to do the right thing, and she was defeated at every turn. So, yeah, thank you, Katrina, for it was declared a critical incident. And a family media statement was issued through the police. So what was that media statement that was issued through the police on the 16th of February? I don't know what that family media statement issued through the police on the 16th of February. Okay. I thought that the family media statement issued through the police was on the 19th or the 20th. Yeah, there was a family statement read out by police. I don't know what that media statement was on the 16th of February. Anyway, day 22, 17th of February, that's when the Home Secretary and the Shadow Home Secretary were briefed by police on this issue. I mean, this is how far it went. When does that ever happen? Yeah, when does it ever happen that the Prime Minister gets involved in the case of a missing woman? Of course, I'm not saying Nicola's not important. Of course she's important, but so is all the other missing people that disappear. Why was this so high profile? Why? Will always amaze me forever. And I know some cases attract more attention than others for various reasons, but this is different. And not only for us, not only for social media, but just the fact that this Channel 4 documentary Channel 5 documentary, if it, You know, I had an email today saying it wasn't taking place, and then people are telling me it is taking place. You know, even just whether a program's going out is a controversy. And then there's another video I'm going to show you after this, which was the mirrors. Yesterday we watched the Lancashire Post rubbish documentary thing. It was so amateur that, to be honest, I don't think it was any better than any video I do, and I am an amateur. But then after this, we're going to look at the Mirror. The Daily Mirror has released like a 1 year on feature, which is more professional. But why are people still talking about it? Not only social media, but the mainstream media. Why is it still in the public eye? Why was it even discussed in Private Eye, the magazine Private Eye? Why? You know, this is what just gets me. Just don't understand why all this special treatment, the no-fly zone over the funeral, which I understand it, but why is that special from others? You know, how many people go missing? You know, a missing person case, someone who's suspected to have taken their own life or thrown themselves in the river. You know, with the best will in the world, this happens all the time. I think, you know, it does happen so much more often than people realize it does. But when is it ever taken as far as the Home Secretary? Anyway, so then day 24, 19th of February, Nicola's body was found. Well, a body was found, which was presumed to be Nicola, in the River Wyre by a member of the public. Jason Rothwell, of course. So they don't mention any names, by the way, in this of anyone, you know, which is not helpful, really, I think, because then people get confused about who it was and was it them, especially with the witness reports of seeing Nicola. Everyone, it's like, oh, was that Claire Chesham, or was that this, or who was that found the lead? Who tied? You know, just put the names in, and it would just make everything so much clearer. And then the following day, sadly, the day 25 on the 20th of February, there was the fourth press conference which confirmed that it was Nicola's body, in fact, that had been found. And a family statement was read out by the police. That was that scathing statement, you know, really criticising the media for attempting to contact them, even though they'd asked to be left in peace. Thank you, Heather, for buying me a coffee. Thank you so much. A Kofi, thank you. You're very kind. You're always very supportive. Thank you. You know, particularly scathing towards Sky News and ITV. And these reporters that probably felt that they'd built up some sort of a relationship. The reporter, Inzi, that was interviewing Nicola's sister and mother and father, probably thought, you know, nothing of sort of just sending a text just to say, oh, sorry to hear about this, how are you feeling? You know, at the end of the day, they are reporters. The media, social media or mainstream media, people use it when it suits them. You know, when Paul wanted to do an interview, or when Nicola's parents and sister wanted to do an appeal, they went to the media. But you can't just switch the media off and on like a tap. You know, once you make an interview, you're going to get media scrutiny. You're going to. You know, it's like saying, oh, yeah, you know, I didn't want, oh, yeah, I'm on YouTube, but, oh, I didn't want anyone to watch my videos. You know, it's like, well, of course people are going to watch your videos, and some people aren't going to like you, you know, because the amount of people that you're reaching, you know, thousands and thousands of people, not everyone out of those people is going to think you're brilliant. You know, that's just, you get like the whole range. You'll get people who do think you're brilliant. You get people who think you're rubbish, and you get the people in between. And that's the same with anything. So once you invite the media in, you can't turn it off and on like a tap. You do, unfortunately, you have to take the good things with the bad. It's amazing to think that that investigation was declared a critical incident on the 16th of February, on day 21. And in fact, 2 days later or 3 days later, that's when the body was found. But it took all that time to arrive at calling it a critical incident. Anyway, day 25, the 20th of February, there was a fourth press conference confirming that the body had been found and the family statement was read out. Yeah. So day 27, the 22nd of February, the coroner opened the inquest and adjourned it, didn't he? He opened it and immediately adjourned it for further information. And he put a media blackout out. Nobody was allowed to discuss this case. And that's when the mainstream media went silent. And I mean silent. And there was nothing. So it went from being constantly on the news about Nicola, you know, just you could not escape it even if you wanted to. It went to complete media blackout, except on social media, of course. And the PCC announced a review to be conducted by the police, College of Policing. And the IOPC announced an investigation of media behaviour. Anyway, day 41, 8th of March, that is the day that Nicola's funeral was held, very privately. There was a privacy notice made to the media. The Secretary of State for Transport agreed to a no-fly zone above. I mean, you know, I do, you know, I'm not surprised, and I'm glad the family got privacy for the funeral. It just seems how often, you know, that just never happens, does it? That's what makes this case exceptional. They can say it's not exceptional, nothing to see here, you know, just, oh, you know, trot away and don't look any closer. But the actions around this case show that it is not normal. It is extraordinary, and everything around it is extraordinary. Okay. So that was the timeline of the investigation. Then Appendix C in the report is the initial timeline of events. And again, names of... Annie, thank you so much for the Ko-fi. It did work and I missed it going down. Thank you so much. Very kind. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Witnesses have been removed. That is not helpful. And I don't see why, because it was public knowledge at the inquest, so they're not secrets. It would just make it so much easier instead of people going, oh, was that such and such, or was that such and such? Anyway, so on the actual day, today, a year ago, 27th of January, God rest Nicola's soul. Justice for Nicola. Let's hope that if there was something untoward happen that day, it does come out one day. So at 8:26, she was seen to leave her home address with her 2 children in the car. Footage from video doorbell that we've never had the full footage of. 8:35, phone data analysis locates her phone at her children's school. So bear in mind, this is her phone. 8:35 to 8:40, person A, you know. Now, I just want to clear up. No, it was Jason. I sent Jason a message ages ago because he came on one of my chats. Some of you will remember it. He came on one of my live streams, and we, you know, and it was fine. We were all nice to him and everything. And so I did message him and say, look, you know, do you want to come? Do you want to do an interview? Like, it doesn't have to be live. We can do. Anyway, just didn't answer. He didn't say no. He didn't say yes. He just didn't reply. So I would love to interview Paul. I actually would absolutely love to interview Paul because, believe me, I want to believe Paul. I want to believe him because the thing is, if Paul has got anything to do with this whatsoever, that means those girls have lost a mother and a father. And although it's probably better to, you know, but it's better to lose a horrible father, isn't it, really, I suppose. But do you see what I'm saying? I would love to believe Paul. There's people on Twitter saying, oh, no, you know, there's a bit of a thing going on Twitter or X at the moment. There's somebody on there saying he knows for sure that Paul didn't do anything, even though he doesn't know Paul, but he knew Nicola, or he had some contact with Nicola for something, but he's never actually said what. I would love to believe Paul. I want to believe Paul, because I don't want to think that those girls might one day end up losing their father as well as their mother. So if Paul Ansell wanted to come and do an interview, I would be happy to do an interview with him. I would be so happy, and I would be fair. I really do try to be fair. But, you know, it's crackers, isn't it? Fuck off with person A. Sees Nicola outside her children's school watching her walk. Right, now, this is where I get a bit annoyed. So I just want to warn you, you're going to hear some bad language now. Because when I was doing this video about the timeline, I hate this timeline. For some unknown reason, the police, when they did this review thing, they decided they weren't going to give any of the witnesses names. So they're calling them person A, person B, person C. So by the end of it, because you get onto about person fucking Z, not quite, sorry, excuse me. If you're sensitive to bad language, I'm sorry, but there's so many different persons. In the end, you don't even know who they're talking about because it's too confusing. So I've tried to sit down and work out who these persons are, apart from just being person A, person B, person C, etc. So first person to mention is person A. I can't work out who was person A. Person A sees Nicola outside her children's school walking her dog. Who was that? Who was it? Does anybody know who person A was? So this is person A sees Nicola outside her children's school walking her dog. I have got no clue who that is. Hi, Sarah. Charlie, you need to cover your ears because you might hear a little bit. It's only a little bit of bad language, but you will hear a little bit. Because it just makes me so annoyed. And if somebody can come on and tell me who person A is as we go along, I would be very grateful. So they've got person A to person M. And I know who 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know who a few of them are, but I haven't managed to work out who person A was. Why didn't they just give the name? You know, it was supposed to be about transparency, clarity, you know, being open. And these names are no secret. They were at the inquest and their names were given openly. But I cannot find person A. Anyway. Her dog Willow. Person A remained at the school for another 10 to 15 minutes before making their way to the dog field. Undisputed ID. Yeah, but we don't know it. It's just make it fucking cryptic. Why don't you? We don't just say the name. So they said it's what did they say it was? Something ID, undisputed ID, but we don't know whose ID it is. But it's okay. It's indisputed. It's undisputed ID. Don't know whose ID, but it's undisputed. Bloody ridiculous. Person A. 8:40, children start their school day in St. Michael's on Wyre. Police dashcam footage shows Nicola's car in the car park at this time, but we've never seen that either. Why haven't we seen that dashcam footage? Yeah, that's the other thing. So that's the only dashcam footage of Nicola. Actually wasn't of Nicola, it was of her car. Her car was in the school car park. And this apparently was police dashcam footage. But that's never been released. Never. Why? You know, it's just, oh yeah, her car was in the car park because there was police dashcam footage. I presume that was somebody who was there. Like, there's all this talk about Tom Higgs. I don't even know if it was him or not. But there's some sort of talk about him, wasn't there? And maybe they were just at the school that morning. We don't know. Again, we don't know. Honestly, God, I get so fed up of it. Why not just say it as it is? And then they don't want people to speculate. Why are they so cryptic? You know, why? You know, what is the point in holding back that? Approximately 8:45, person B, who we don't know who it is, speaks to Nicola in the car park after dropping their, well, according to this, right, I just want to add, so after I did this video, person B is Kay Kiernan. So I did work out who person B was, and she was the lady, well, I'll tell you. Now, this lady works at a vet's. Does she work at Moy's Vets? But anyway, she's a veterinary receptionist, because they said that at the inquest. What I'm saying is, I know that, you know, you could research it, go into it and look who it was. Why not just say who it is? Person B speaks to Nicola in the car park after dropping their children off at school. Nicola stands at her car with the boot open with Willow in the boot. The two have a brief conversation before person B returns to their own car. Undisputed ID. So person B supposedly then has specifically identified that Nicola was at the school. Now, this woman was mentioned at the inquest. She did give evidence at the inquest, so we can presume this is Kay Kiernan. And somebody just said there, and I think you could be right, Miss Hera, that could be that they don't give the names so that they don't, you know, later they can change them. I mean, it could be. You know, nothing would surprise me. But from what I can see from what was said at the inquest, person B, the person who had an actual conversation with Nicola at the school, was Kay Kiernan. But I still don't know who person A was. But anyway, 8:42 approximately, person C. Person C sees Nicola walking towards them down Garstang Road with Willow. Behind Nicola was a male dressed as a workman. Person dressed as a workman, not a workman. You know, it's like just that it's like, yeah, see, I thought that was interesting. If someone says, oh, I saw a person dressed as a workman, well, you know, when you just say, oh, I saw a workman, you know, like it's like saying I saw a person dressed as a fisherman, or I saw a person dressed as a doctor. You just say I saw a doctor, wouldn't you? Very odd. But anyway, this was Mr. Fife. I think we do know from the inquest that this was Mr. Fife, and this is the man in black that you saw. But very, very strange way of talking about things. Oh, behind Nicola was a male dressed as a workman, like not behind Nicola was a workman. Anyway, person C lets both pass. The male is then seen to walk towards a white van parked on the tarmac. Nicola continues walking towards the direction that person C had come from. There are no conversations between the two, and they go their separate ways. 8:43, CCTV footage of the river path. So, I think that was the man in black that was seen by Mr. Fife, who has never come forward. I don't mean Mr. Fife. Bear in mind that man in black, despite all the appeals and the high-profile nature of the case, has never come forward to be identified. And it may have had nothing to do with it, you know, but he may have seen something else. You know, it's just strange that they've never come forward in my eyes. Possibly shows Nicola. Like, am I tripping here? Right, this is just weird. Weird. When I read this, I just thought, what? So listen to what they say here. Let's both pass. The male is then seen to walk towards a white van parked on the tarmac. Nicola continues walking towards the direction that person C had come from. There are no conversations between the two, and they go their separate ways. 8:43, CCTV footage of the river path. Possibly shows Nicola. Has anyone ever heard that before? I mean, I'm annoyed with myself that I've not read these appendices earlier. So CCTV possibly shows Nicola. What does that mean? And why have we not seen that? Nobody's shown us that CCTV that possibly shows Nicola. Is it fucking Nicola or isn't it Nicola? Come on. You know, is it Nicola or not? What do you mean CCTV possibly shows Nicola? Where is that CCTV? Am I tripping here because I don't remember this? CCTV footage of the river path possibly shows Nicola walking from the direction of the iron footbridge and Garstang Road towards the area containing the gate and the bench, confirmed by phone data analysis. So, has anyone ever heard that before? So, CCTV footage of the river path possibly shows, and I've just got to keep repeating this because I feel like I'm imagining it. CCTV footage of the river path possibly shows Nicola walking from the direction of the iron footbridge. Well, where is it? Where is that CCTV that possibly shows Nicola? And is it Nicola or isn't it? It's either, what do they mean possibly? You know, all the other CCTV we've seen, it's clear who it is, what they're talking about. So why haven't we seen that CCTV footage that possibly shows Nicola at 8:43? It's just so wrong, this whole thing. 8:46:30, phone data. A big Chris, I feel like I've been tripping all the way through this case. Tripping, I don't even take drugs, my God. I need more vodka, obviously. Analysis locates Nicola at the area containing the gate and the bench. It would take you about 3 minutes to walk up there. At 8:47, so 30 seconds later, while walking back towards the gate along the riverbank, person D, who knows Nicola, sees Nicola having just entered the field, turning left and taking the route that person D has taken. Willow and person D's dog run over to each other and person D calls. Now, I think person D, again, only because I've tried to put it together because, you know, you've just got to try and... It's like some sort of murder mystery that you've got to put together yourself, isn't it? It's like a game. It's like Cluedo or something, except it's not a game because a woman died. But, you know, that's how it feels. It's like, oh, here's all your clues. Put it together yourself. Work it out yourself. So I think that person D was Claire Chesham. Now, Claire Chesham, that's what she was called at the inquest. In the Manchester Evening News, they refer to her as Claire Cheshire. So there's another anomaly. Why can't these people get things right? You know, it's either the police have got it wrong or the inquest got it wrong or the Manchester Evening News has got it wrong. But they all moan about social media and armchair detectives and TikTok sleuths, and they can't get it right. It just drives me mad. Absolutely drives me mad. Bloody useless, all of them. So this is, I think, anyone please correct me if you think I'm wrong, because I'm not good with these things, you know. I think this is person D is Claire Chesham, I think. If her name's Chesham or Cheshire, I don't know. It's their dog back. At this time, person D sees Nicola with her phone out in front of her. This is weird. It is weird. So they didn't have a close-up conversation with Nicola. They saw Nicola in the distance. 8:48:55, I mean, so precise, I suppose, because of the phone data analysis, locates Nicola walking across the lower field. Well, Nicola's phone, of course. The phone data analysis does not locate Nicola, it locates Nicola's phone towards the upper field. 8:48, CCTV footage from allotment lane shows person E walking towards a river path from allotment lane. Person E walks through the gate near to a neighbour's house. I don't even know who person E is. Who is person E? Let's listen to hear what person he did. I have no clue who person he is. Let's just listen to that again. In fact, I'm just going to play it back a little bit because I've got to go for a loo break. So I'm going to put so that you can listen to the rubbish a bit more. But when you go through it, think, please let me know who is person E. Let me just start playing it. I'm not, absolving the police from that. I think it's because the police didn't deal with it properly. But really, Mark Williams, Thomas Shudder and Peter Falding, they're both supposed to be experienced. They should know better than to interfere in investigations. So then, because they released that information referring to the menopause, the following day, 21st of February, day 21 of the investigation, 16th of February, there was widespread criticism of the release of this personal information. Finally, the investigation was declared a critical incident on day 21. Day 21 before it was declared a critical incident, and a family media statement was issued through the police. What was that media statement that was issued through the police on the 16th of February? I don't know what that family media statement issued through the police on the 16th of February. Okay. I thought that the family media statement issued for the police was on the 19th or the 20th. Yeah, there was a family statement read out by police. I don't know what that media statement was on the 16th of February. Anyway, day 22, 17th of February, that's when the Home Secretary and the Shadow Home Secretary were briefed by police on this issue. I mean, this is how far it went. When does that ever happen? A missing person case, someone who's suspected to have taken their own life or thrown themselves in the river. With the best will in the world, this happens all the time. I think, it does happen so much more often than people realize it does. But when is it ever taken as far as the Home Secretary? Anyway, so then day 24, 19th of February, Nicola's body was found. Well, a body was found, which was presumed to be Nicola, in the River Wyre by a member of the public. Jason Rothwell, of course. So they don't mention any names, by the way, in this of anyone, which is not helpful, really, I think, because then people get confused about who it was and was it them, especially with the witness reports of seeing Nicola. Everyone is like, oh, was that Claire Chesham, or was that this, or who was that found the lead? Who tied? Just put the names in, and it would just make everything so much clearer. And then the following day, sadly, the day 25 on the 20th of February, there was the fourth press conference which confirmed that it was Nicola's body, in fact, that had been found. And a family statement was read out by the police. That was that scathing statement, really criticising the media for attempting to contact them, even though they'd asked to be left in peace. Particularly scathing towards Sky News and ITV. And these reporters that probably felt that they'd built up some sort of a relationship. The reporter, Inzi, that was interviewing Nicola's sister and mother and father, probably thought, nothing of, sort of just sending a text just to say, oh, sorry to hear about this, how are you feeling? At the end of the day, they are reporters. The media, social media or mainstream media, people use it when it suits them. When Paul wanted to do an interview, or when Nicola's parents and sister wanted to do an appeal, They went to the media, but you can't just switch the media off and on like a tap. You know, once you make an interview, you're going to get media scrutiny. You're going to. You know, it's like saying, oh, yeah, you know, I didn't want, oh, yeah, I'm on YouTube, but, oh, I didn't want anyone to watch my videos. You know, it's like, well, of course people are going to watch your videos, and some people aren't going to like you, you know, because the amount of people that you're reaching, you know, thousands and thousands of people. Not everyone out of those people is going to think you're brilliant. You know, that's just, you get like the whole range. You get people who do think you're brilliant. You get people who think you're rubbish, and you get the people in between. And that's the same with anything. So once you invite the media in, you can't turn it off and on like a tap. You do, unfortunately, you have to take the good things with the bad. It's amazing to think that that investigation was declared a critical incident on the 16th of February, on day 21. And in fact, 2 days later or 3 days later, that's when the body was found. But it took all that time to arrive at calling it a critical incident. Anyway, day 25, the 20th of February, there was a fourth press conference confirming that the body had been found, and the family statement was read out. Yeah. So day 27, the 22nd of February, the coroner opened the inquest and adjourned it, didn't he? He opened it and immediately adjourned it for further information. And he put a media blackout out. Nobody was allowed to discuss this case. And that's when the mainstream media went silent. And I mean silent. And there was nothing. So it went from being constantly on the news about Nicola, you know, just you could not escape it even if you wanted to. It went to complete media blackout, except on social media, of course. And the PCC announced a review to be conducted by the College of Policing, and the IOPC announced an investigation of media behaviour. Anyway, day 41, 8th of March, that is the day that Nicola's funeral was held, very privately. There was a privacy notice made to the media. The Secretary of State for Transport agreed to a no-fly zone above. I mean, you know, I do, you know, I'm not surprised, and I'm glad the family got privacy for the funeral. It just seems, how often, you know, that just never happens, does it? That's what makes this case exceptional. They can say it's not exceptional, nothing to see here, you know, just, oh, you know, trot away and don't look any closer. But the actions around this case show that it is not normal. It is extraordinary, and everything around it is extraordinary. Okay, so that was the timeline of the investigation. And Appendix C in the report is the initial timeline of events. And again, names of witnesses have been removed. That is not helpful. And I don't see why, because it was public knowledge at the inquest, so they're not secrets. It would just make it so much easier instead of people going, oh, was that such and such, or was that such and such? Anyway, so on the actual day today, a year ago, 27th of January, God rest Nicola's soul. Justice for Nicola. Let's hope that if there was something untoward happen that day, it does come out one day. So at 8:26, she was seen to leave her home address with her 2 children in the car. Footage from video doorbell that we've never had the full footage of. 8:35, phone data analysis locates her phone at her children's school. So bear in mind, this is her phone. 8:35 to 8:40, person A, you know, fuck off with person A, sees Nicola outside her children's school walking her dog Willow. Person A remained at the school for another 10 to 15 minutes before making their way to the dog field. Undisputed ID. Yeah, but we don't know it. It's just make it fucking creepy. Right, I'm back now. So just, I can see some of you on there are talking about, sorry, I'm just laughing at that comment about Penny being person P. Penny is person F, and that's coming up soon now. So we'll find that. I don't know who person A is. If anyone can help me with that, I'd be very grateful. Person B is Kay Kiernan, who is a veterinary receptionist. Does she work at Moy's Vets? Person C is Mr. Fife. Person D is Claire Chesham, or Claire Cheshire, as they say in the Manchester Evening News. Person E, I don't know who it is. Person F is Penny Fletcher. And then there must be a G and a H, who I don't know who they are. Person I think is Anne-Marie Fletcher, but again, I'm not sure. Person J is one of the people that reported about the screams. So it'll either be Helen McNeil or Veronica Clayson. Person K is Roger or Ron. I mean, nothing straightforward, is it? We were calling him Ron for months, and then it turned out his name was Roger all the time. It's just crackers. And then person M is Roger's wife, who is Penny's sister, I believe, but it's never really been confirmed. So make of that what you will. Let's hear the rest of it. Crackers. As I say, if it wasn't so serious, it'd be like some sort of farce. Why don't you? We don't just say the name. 8:40, children start their school day. Yeah, I did think that, Ocean, that person A might be Emma, because remember Emma said she saw her and they were going on their busy routines of the day. So person A could be Emma. But why not just say who it is? You know, this is what I don't understand. It's so annoying. Inside St. Michael's on Wyre, police dashcam footage shows Nicola's car in the car park at this time, but we've never seen that either. Why haven't we seen that dashcam footage? Why? You know, what is the point in holding back that? Approximately 8:45, person B, who we don't know who it is, speaks to Nicola in the car park after dropping their, well, according to this, what I'm saying is I know that, you know, you could research it, go into it and look who it was. Why not just say who it is? Person B speaks to Nicola in the car park after dropping their children off at school. Nicola stands at her car with the boot open with Willow in the boot. The two have a brief conversation before person B returns to their own car. Undisputed ID. So person B supposedly then has specifically identified that Nicola was at the school. 8:42, approximately, person C sees Nicola walking towards them down Garstang Road with Willow. Behind Nicola was a male dressed as a workman. Person dressed as a workman, not a workman. You know, it's like just that in itself. Behind Nicola was a male dressed as a workman, like not behind Nicola was a workman. Anyway, person C lets both pass. The male is then seen to walk towards a white van parked on the tarmac. Nicola continues walking towards the direction that person C had come from. There are no conversations between the two and they go their separate ways. 8:43, CCTV footage of the river path possibly shows Nicola. Am I tripping here because I don't remember this? CCTV footage of the river path possibly shows Nicola walking from the direction of the Iron Footbridge and Garstang Road towards the area containing the gate and the bench, confirmed by phone data analysis. So why haven't we seen that CCTV footage that possibly shows Nicola at 8:43? It's just so wrong, this whole thing. 8:46:30, phone data analysis locates Nicola at the area containing the gate and the bench. It would take you about 3 minutes to walk up there. At 8:47, so 30 seconds later, while walking back towards the gate along the river back, person D, who knows Nicola, sees Nicola having just entered the field, turning left and taking the route that person D has taken. Willow and person D's dog run over to each other, and person D calls their dog back. At this time, person D sees Nicola with her phone out in front of her. This is weird. It is weird. So they didn't have a close-up conversation with Nicola. They saw Nicola in the distance. 8:48:55, I mean, so precise, I suppose, because of the phone data analysis, locates Nicola walking across the lower field. Well, Nicola's phone, of course. The phone data analysis does not locate Nicola, it locates Nicola's phone towards the upper field. 8:48, CCTV footage from allotment lane shows person E walking towards a river path from allotment lane. Person E walks through the gate near to a neighbour's house, person F. Dude, how confusing is that? Just say the names. Oh, we've got person E coming up now as well. So we've got all these persons, just too confusing. Are they deliberately trying to confuse people? So person E walks through the gate near to a neighbour's house, person F. And halfway across, oh, for fuck's sake, it's like, you know, in the bloody lounge with a candlestick. Fuck off. Sorry for swearing, but honestly, it makes me really angry because I don't know why they're doing that. It just confuses. Well, it confuses me because I can't operate with F's and numbers and letters. I need a name. That's the way my brain works. And I don't see the reason why there isn't a name. People want something that's supposed to be authoritative. I'm sick of, honestly, every day on Twitter, everyone saying, oh, well, if Nicola did this at this time, and where's that 30 seconds coming? You don't want to see all that. It's not helpful. It's not making any difference to finding out what's happening to Nicola. We just should have an official timeline that's got names and everything, so everything's clear, and then we won't have all this waffling on about nothing that makes no difference to anyone. We just want the official thing, but backed up by the names, etc. Anyway, so person E walks through the gate near to a neighbour's house, person F, and halfway along the path towards the gate and bench, person E doesn't reach this gate and turns back, walking towards the iron footbridge. Person E notes a dog in that area on the grass. Person E goes on the fields and doesn't notice anyone else. 8:52, approximately, person D leaves the lower field via the gate and walks along the river path towards allotment lane. 8:53, Nicola's employer receives an email from Nicola regarding a mortgage client. Again, we don't know that, what's the secrecy about the email. 8:54, CCTV footage shows person D on allotment lane returning from their dog walk. Prior to this point, while reaching the gate at the end of allotment lane, person D sees person E. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like some joke, except it's not even funny. Person D sees person E walking a dog on a lead. Why not just use the names? 8:55, person A begins their walk along Garstang Road from the school over the iron footbridge and turns right immediately to follow the riverside footpath. 8:55.15, phone data analysis locates Nicola walking in the upper field. What? 8:59, no, we've got person G now. Sorry, what a load of twonks to do it this way. Sorry, this is twonkery at its very finest. Twonkery. Nicola sends a message to person G via messenger regarding arrangements for their children at the weekend. 8:59.33, phone data analysis shows Nicola around Rowan Water. Now we're going back to person A, which I haven't got a clue about person A now. So approximately 9 o'clock, person A reaches the gate where the bench is located. As they walk through the gate into the lower field, they can see Nicola's silhouette and Willow walking diagonally ahead of them, approaching the hedgerow to the upper field. 9:01, Nicola's phone logs into they do say Nicola's phone, not Nicola, because we don't know that Nicola logged into a Microsoft Teams call at work. There are 41 people logged into this call. 9:01:57, phone data analysis places Nicola around Rowan Water. 9:02:49, again. 9:03:44, again. So then it's 9:05 when person A continues walking and next sees Nicola as person A is passing Rowan Water site. Does this make it any sense? To me, honest to God, it's like white noise. At this time, person A can see Nicola on the opposite side of the field. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm like going blah, 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 blah. As soon as they start doing all this person A, person B, it's like when they talk about the Fitbit, my brain can't get over it. But anyway, thank you so much, Katrina. Katrina has gifted a Vicky Marie. Oh, not Jim. Oh, Katrina, thank you so much. Well, Jim, we had this big saga of trying to, people bought about 40 memberships trying to give Jim a membership. Tried and tried and tried, and it never happened. It did happen in the end. Oh, bless. So Jim finally got a membership after loads of tries. Anyway, his membership's expired. And now he's just got one just like that. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, just like that. Why Jim doesn't just join himself is a mystery, because then after Jim got awarded gifted a membership, he then sent a super or something for $1.99 or whatever. But anyway, Jim doesn't like to join, but he likes to be a member. So thank you so much, Katrina. That is so kind. So kind. Well done. First time. And it was Jim. And all those times we tried to give Jim a membership and it never happened. Wow. Oh, God. I tell you what, you couldn't make it up. So, Jim, you're person A. You're person A tonight because you won the membership. But thank you so much, Katrina, for doing that. It's really, really kind. Thank you. Yeah, he should put a hand in his pocket. And what you were asking, let me see, where were you, Katrina? You were asking about a Ko-fi. Let me see, I think I've got about the Ko-fi. I think you have to go on the front of the, on my actual YouTube thing, and I think there's a link on there. But I'll put the link on here just so that people know. But the Ko-fi, I think you have to go on the actual. Don't know. Shh. Oh God, the dog started barking now. This is my Ko-fi account, I think. But anyway, thank you so much. That is so kind of you to gift a membership. And lucky Jim. Jim's luck has changed. Really has changed. Yeah, that was if anybody's watching and thinking, why is it such a big deal that Jim's won a membership? Because this was like a saga trying to give Jim a membership. So, yeah, my dog's congratulating Jim. And David says, if you fell in the Clyde, you should come out with a salmon in your wellies. He's so funny. But, of course, it wasn't the case at first when we were trying to give Jim a membership. Probably 40 people got a membership before Jim did. But now he's just got one first time. Person A, Jim. You're person A as far as memberships are concerned. Right, let's listen to the rest of this twonkery. Near to the river's raised embankment, Willow is off her lead and is running back and forth to Nicola. Now notice she does say there, Willow is off her lead, not off her harness, because, you know, I still don't think she would have taken the harness off at all. 9:10, person A continues walking around the path and sees that Nicola has now done a second loop of the top field. So Nicola is now behind person A. Nicola is just passing Rowan Water where the river starts to straighten. Person A hears Willow barking and being called by Nicola. Person A then sees Nicola and Willow continue with their walk, and this is the last time that person A sees Nicola. Person A then continues to walk diagonally across the field towards a separating hedgerow and back towards the field, towards the gate where they first entered the field. Person A can no longer see Nicola or Willow due to the hedgerow. 9:10, person E, if you can even remember who that was, returns from the river path area on allotment lane. 9:15, approximately, person A leaves the field and walks onto the river path towards allotment lane. 9:18, CCTV footage shows person A walking past person F's house. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Along allotment lane from the direction of the field. At this time, person A sees person F pottering around the shed. So I'm presuming person F is Penny then. Yeah, I was trying to be polite, Big Chris. It is more dumbfuckery than twunkery. But, I mean, just when you read it out loud and you realise person A said to person F, person B, and, you know, just crackers. It's mad. Person A doesn't see anyone else. So when did person F come into it before that? F off, person F. F off. God, this is an absolute nightmare. Oh, see, this is what I mean. You've got to look back, find who person F is. It's Penny, I presume, but person F is Penny. It's just ridiculous when they could just put in the names or even their initials. 9:20, person A passes person H's house on allotment lane. It's just ridiculous, ridiculous. Person A is seen on CCTV footage. This is at 9:20 as well, at the junction of allotment lane and Garstang Road. So yeah, everybody else is seen on CCTV except Nicola. This walk has been timed and takes approximately 5 minutes to the area containing the gate and the bench. 9:23. CCTV footage shows person F leaving their home address to take their dog for a walk. This CCTV of everybody else around the river. Person F walks through the new gate at the end of allotment lane to the riverside and walks through the area that person F calls Hughes. As person F walks, the river is on their right. 9:30, Nicola's Microsoft Teams call ends, but Nicola is still logged into the meeting. Nicola and 2 other people were logged into the meeting after it finished. What? Hang on. 9:43 and 15:30. What does that mean? 9:30 and 2 other people. So 2 other people were still logged into the meeting after it finished. 9:43 and 15:30. What does that mean? Are they the times they logged out? See, that just means nothing. 9:33 approximately, person F arrives at the gate and sees a brown Springer dog, Willow, running around with its tail wagging towards the gate and its back towards the bench. Person F sees a dog, this is Penny, at least we know who this one is, sees a dog harness on the slope, ties their own dog up and looks around. Nicola's phone is on the bench with the screen lit up. Person F picks the dog harness up and uses twine in their coat to tie Willow to the bench, which, yes, is strange. Maybe she didn't realise that the retractable lead was actually on the collar, according to Anne-Marie. So remember, this is the dog harness that's on the side of the thing, not the lead. The lead is around Willow's neck. Person What? Person I? Is this another one? Oh, or L? I don't know if that's I or L. Leaves Rome Water site for a dog walk via the rear gate into the upper field, confirmed by CCTV footage. As person I presume it is, heads across the field, they see person F with a dog near to the bench in the distance. As person I gets nearer, they recognise person F. Fuck off with this person F. Person F, Penny, sees person I, which is this Anne-Marie or Ron or Roger or whatever his name is, approaching and says that they have tied the dog up. Sorry, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's bloody ridiculous. Person I turns around and continues to walk around the field, then heads back towards Rome Water. Now we've got person J. 9:35, person J hears a female scream coming from the direction of Allotment Lane and the river area. Now, my contention with this is they dismiss this scream, but why didn't the person who made the scream come forward and say, oh, no, that was me. I was just messing around with my friend. Do you know, it's like nothing's been followed up. It just smells. This whole thing there's more to it. Don't care what anyone says. Nobody will ever convince me that there isn't more to it. Person F, at 9:40 approximately, person F unties their own dog and walks back home to Allotment Lane. That's Penny. Person F leaves Willow tied to the bench and leaves Nicola's mobile and dog harness at the bench. Now we've got person K at 9:40 to 9:45. So the whole of fucking St. Michael's, the whole of, the village seems to have been there. Person K leaves their home address on Rawcliffe Road and walks their dog around the village. Person K walks onto the river path from Garstang Road. 9:47, CCTV footage confirms person F. Person K is Roger, or Ron as we were calling him for months, and it turns out his name was Roger, I think. I still don't know for sure. But person K is Ron or Roger, who had the little black dog Jet, who did a poop on the Sky News walk, and who is unfortunately no longer with us. I believe Jet is no more. Returning home. 9:59, CCTV footage. All this CCTV footage of everybody else shows person I returning to Rome Water. It is I, yeah. Rome Water through the gate. Person F calls Moyvette's, where Evelina Sasak worked, who then was found, stabbed to death, but it was said that she did it to herself, despite she said there was a gang of 10 people following her. It's all a bit coincidental, isn't it? Because I'm sure, like, if Evelina had a mental breakdowns happen. If Nicola had some sort of mental breakdown or whatever, these things happen. But for all these things to happen, it's too coincidental, isn't it? And the police normally say there's no such thing as coincidence. So person F calls Moyvette's and then calls a friend, person L. Fuck off. From that, sorry I'm swearing. I know, I just what else can I do? It's just ridiculous. Person F also calls person M. Person M informs person F that person K, person M's spouse, come on, I presume this is Roger, is out walking their dog. Person F explains to person M about Willow and the mobile phone they found at the bench. You know what? I'm going to have to rewrite this whole thing and put in names because I've lost the plot now. The only one that I know for definite, the name would be Penny, person F. But the others, we've got to sort of, I'm going to have to sit and work out who they are. For God's sake. Oh. On reaching the bench, person K sees Willow tied to the bench and a phone and harness on the bench. Person K thinks, so the harness by now and the phone, they're on the bench. So Penny has picked up the harness and put it on the bench, I take it. Person K thinks that something doesn't feel right and continues walking. Reaching the bench, phone and harness. was on the bench. So person K, is that Roger? Yeah. Person K rings their spouse, person M. So that is Penny's, oh God, isn't that Penny's sister? Who says that they have spoken with person F, the person who had typed. Sorry. Oh my God, this is hysterical laughter, because you just, in the end, they could have made it so much easier and more transparent by putting the names in. Because everyone knows these names anyway. They're not secret names. You know, that people know them from the inquest. So it's not like those names have never been mentioned before. But just would make this report so much more transparent. So person K, so that's Roger or Ron, rings their spouse, his wife, person M, who says that they have spoken with person F, Penny, the person who died, Willow, what they could have just said Penny, couldn't they, or Mrs. Penny Fletcher. Person M and another individual, person N, oh, for fuck's sake, head down to the river to meet person K. Person M picks up the phone and shows person K the scream. Person K recognises the male as a dog walker, and person K, person M and person N put Willow into the harness and they walk the dog back home. Doesn't mention there about them finding, Anne-Marie said at the inquest that the oh dear, the retractable lead was around the dog's neck. It doesn't mention it here. So at 10:33, phone data analysis locates the phone moving from the bench. So they're taking it off the bench. And 10:41, there is a missed call from Mr. Ansell to Nicola's mobile phone. At least they haven't called him person X or something. So 10:47, person K, person M and person N walk back onto allotment lane from the river. Person L comes out of their house and person K shows them the phone. Person L recognises Willow and the phone as belonging to Nicola. 10:40. I just want to say that whoever did this College of Policing report, they obviously didn't try and read it afterwards. Because really, when you read that, it sounds ridiculous. They don't want to be ridiculed. But in the end, I'm not trying to ridicule them. It's just that as I started reading it out, it sounded ridiculous. It wasn't me trying to ridicule them. Person K, person M and person N walk back onto allotment lane, and person K, they're ridiculing themselves. They're making fools out themselves. All they had to do here was either put in the names. They're not secret names. They could have put in the names or the initials. What they've done with these letters of the alphabet is just confused everyone and made themselves look ridiculous. So, you know, the purpose of this report was to try and salvage the police's reputation, not make it even worse for person F's sake. 48, Mr. Ansell sends a text message to Nicola. Have you got lost? That's a really weird message to send. Bit of a weird one, Paul, I'm afraid. Wouldn't you say, oh, are you okay? Because I can't get hold of you. Oh, I hope you're okay. Or, you know, have you got distracted? Or have you bumped into, you know, you would express concern if your partner had not returned home. Surely you would express concern, not have you got lost. Anyway. 10:50 personnel calls the school to report finding Willow and the phone. 10:54 the school contacts Mr. Ansell. 10:56 Mr. Ansell leaves the home address in a hurry, but don't forget he stopped to change into his gym gear first, so he wasn't in that much of a hurry. Yeah, that did make me sort of giggle as well. Well, not giggle, but I said Paul left the house in a hurry, but he stopped first to change into his gym gear, so he wasn't in that much of a hurry, I'm afraid. But he must have. Now, we've never seen that footage either. But so when they say in a hurry, they must. Why are they saying that? Why don't they just say Mr. Ansell leaves the home or the home address? Why in a hurry? So what, did he leg it out there in his gym gear? I mean, oh, gosh. So, all he had to say was he left the home address. He didn't have to say left the home address in a hurry. This is the footage from the video doorbell. Yeah, he leaves the home address in a hurry after putting his gym gear on. And then the final, very sad entry here is, so that's as far as it goes there. And the very final sad entry is on the 19th of February at 12:45, Nicola Bulley is recovered from the River Wyre at St. Michael's on Wyre. Okay, so I've got a little bit of homework there to do. I've got to find out who these persons are, because when we go through this, because I'm recording this now, but I'll be doing a live later and going through it. When I do that, I'd like to, and I just want to say about the man in black thing. There were probably loads of men in black. I don't know, like my son in the winter, he wears a black hoodie, black joggers. Most men do, don't they? I mean, it's just like if men are out, like the suspicious thing to me about the man in black is that he has never come forward to eliminate himself from the inquiry. That the man in black was seen. I'm 100% certain there was a man in black. I don't believe that the witness made it up or anything like that. The man in black was there, and probably seen on other tactics. Probably on that morning, I noticed on the videos I've seen of that morning when Nicola went missing, and everyone started arriving looking for her. They were all men in black. That's what you wear. You wear your black. Men wear black hoodie, black leggings. Maybe they all had hats on and things. I don't think that's unusual in itself. What's unusual, of course, is not coming forward to say, oh no, that was me and I was going to work, or I was doing this, or I was doing that. That's what's unusual. And they could have been fishermen, they could have been anyone. Of course there'd be people like that there, but nobody came forward. Let me just watch the end of that. And then I'm going to show you another video. Stupid things I put here is just so irritating. As you can see, I'm a little bit angry about that. I'm still whinging about the letters, but I couldn't get over that. Okay, so go get yourself a cup of tea or something. If you need to get a cup of tea or a provision or a drink or whatever, because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put on the next video. So the next video I want to show you is oh, hang on. This is a little, what will I call it? Oh, first of all, so when I was looking for the mirror video, and as I say, the video was very anti-Paul. The mirror, right from the beginning was very anti-Paul, but then it sort of changed. But there was something that I found. I'm going to just read this out, actually. Do you remember this? Who were these people? Wasn't there a couple that saw Nicola Bulley laughing and joking moments before she vanished by the river? This has disappeared. Now, these witnesses and all those witnesses, bloody A to Z of witnesses there, it's like an Agatha Christie novel, isn't it? It's like the ABC murders or something. Nothing was mentioned about this couple. Do you remember there was said that there was an altercation by the side of the river? I remember that as well. There was lots of things said that have disappeared, but I found this just one article in the Mirror, and it's very short. I mean, it's literally, right, actually, I think I will show it. There's some adverts on it and that, but don't matter. Hi, Purple Fairy. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, now do any of you remember this? I remember it, but it's sort of disappeared now, but I did find this. So, exclusive. Nicola Bulley seen laughing and joking moments before she vanished by the river, says pal. This was not mentioned at the inquest at all. Nicola Bulley, 45, disappeared while out on a dog walk last Friday morning, so this was a week later, after dropping her children at school in St Michael's on Wyre, Lancashire, before police launched a major search operation. The worried friend, now I don't know which friend it is unless they go on to say later, the worried friend of a missing mum says she was laughing and joking just minutes before she vanished while walking her dog. And Nicola Bulley's Springer Spaniel Willow was found off her harness and lead on a path. On a path? She wasn't found on a path, was she? She was found at the bench, but anyway, never mind. And lead on a path along the River Wyre in St Michael's on Wyre last Friday. It's understood the 45-year-old's mobile phone was found on the ground. This is another controversy, isn't it? Was the phone found on the ground or was the phone found on the bench? Overlooking the water, which has an estimated 18-foot. What's 18-foot underwater drop? No, it hasn't. God, it's just, they talk about social media, but these mainstream media, they talk a load of cojones. The friend who wishes to stay anonymous. It's very suspicious, this, I think. Told the Mirror she has spoken to a pair who believe they were the last people to see Nicola before she went missing. Now, this testimony disappeared. This did not show at the inquest. But I remember reading about it. I remember hearing about it. People were saying there'd been an altercation. But now this is saying that they were laughing and she was laughing and joking with a couple. Very odd. This, it's all weird. It is all weird. And then this is a lovely picture of Paul and Nicola. I think that they do both actually look really happy there, as if they were on holiday on the beach somewhere. Very nice picture. So she said they were laughing. She was laughing and joking with them as she went by. This did not come up at the inquest at all. She went on to say that 2 other dog walkers later came across her phone and recognised the screensaver photo. So, and then the rest of it is what we know. Oh, look at Willow. Oh, Willow looks so sad, bless. So the rest of it is more or less what we know. But this friend who wants to remain anonymous went on to say, I think she's either been faffing around at the edge of the river because the dog's been smelling fishing bait and she's slipped or she's had a medical episode. Very strange. So a large-scale police search was launched, which included 25 trained volunteers from Bowland Pennine Mountain Rescue. And the latter term searched the grounds of a large country home across the river from the bench, which they believed to be abandoned, as reported by the Mirror yesterday. The owner of the property arrived and agreed to search inside the house. And the friend said the home is subject to ongoing renovation work dating back years and is not occupied full time. And this friend described how on Sunday morning, this must be Emma, this will be Emma. She described how on Sunday morning, local residents then met at the village hall alongside Paul at around 10:30 to organise their own search. and Paul is understood to have searched a different abandoned house in between the village hall and the Ivy Dean alpacas site prior to the meeting. And the friend said police advised them to search upriver in a pincer movement. And in the afternoon, a second search of locals set out with around 100 participants, which included the head teacher from the primary school. Why did they have to mention that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or maybe it wasn't Emma. Maybe it was oh God, what's her name? Because she did say at the end of the day, all we want is her at home with her girls. If she could be at home with the girls, she would be at home with the girls. 100%, no doubt about it. And the friend who had walked the route with Nicola before said, I know that river well, walked it many times. I know where I can stand and where I can't stand. And she knew the same thing. Yeah, so I just thought I'd read that out because I found that completely by accident as I was... do we remember that? Do you remember that? Who were these two people? I wonder. Never mentioned at the inquest at all. So, there you go. Thank you, Julie. That's very kind. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to look now, though. So the Mirror have, the Daily Mirror have put together a little video, like with the one, as I said, that we watched yesterday from the Lancashire Post, like, you know, a year on with Nicola Bulley, and we're going to look at that now. It's much better done. The video is much better done than the Lancashire Post one was. But whether you agree with the things that are in it is a whole nother question. Oh, thank you so much, Julie. That's really kind. Let me just, I need to go back on the comments now. Hang on. Oh, Gail, thank you. Hey. Shh. Look, she always has to get the last word. So thank you, Gail. Gail's bought me a coffee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you hear her? She's chunnering along to herself. Okay. Oh, I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything else with okay. So, as usual, it's a total mystery, everything. But let's have a look at this. The dog's barking because the neighbours are outside talking like they do. So, now let me find this Mirror thing now. I need to put some windows down. Because I've got too many windows open and I can't find what I'm looking for. Where is it? I think actually I might have put the wrong window down, but anyway. I'll find it. Just talk amongst yourself. While I find it, just talk about persons A to Z. God, I can't think when the dog's barking. Here we go. I think I found it. Okay, let me just put it on share and let's watch this video. Now, there's some interesting things in this video. And I think you'll notice from this video, very down on Peter Folding. Peter Folding is not the flavour of the month with the mainstream media. Anyway, let's have a look.
It just seemed absolutely impossible. She had vanished into thin air.
In the case of Nicola Bulley.
This is not a normal case.
I'm curious, to be honest, really curious.
The disappearance of Nicola Bulley captured the interest of the nation after she was reported missing on January the 27th, 2023.
The disappearance of Nicola Bulley.
Nicola Bulley.
Nicola Bulley.
Nicola Bulley.
What followed was a 3-week investigation by Lancashire Police.
So many thoughts that go through your head, and every avenue you go down, you reach a point and hit a wall.
It's baffled the nation. It's got everybody talking about it. Obviously stunned, and it's just very, very painful.
Deep down, we hope that it'll be a happy outcome for the family, but we don't know.
The search for the 45-year-old mother of 2 required extensive police resources and also that of private underwater search specialists.
If Nicola was in that river, I would have found her. I can guarantee you that. She wouldn't have. We would have found her, and she's not there.
Not only did the case receive widespread attention in the media, but social media exploded with hysteria surrounding the case, which encouraged conspiracy theories and attention on the village from so-called armchair detectives on platforms such as TikTok.
In 29 years police service, I've never seen anything like it.
So, have lessons been learned following the disappearance of Nicola Bulley and a 3-week investigation that gripped the nation? On the morning of January 27th, in St Michael's on Wyre, Nicola Bulley is pictured alongside partner Paul Ansell. She is leaving her home to take her 2 children to school. After dropping her children off, Nicola leaves her car in the school car park and departs on foot to walk her dog, Willow. She takes a route over this bridge before turning down a path that runs alongside the River Wyre. She continues along the path, and at approximately 8:46 a.m, phone data analysis locates Nicola at the area containing the gate and the bench. Minutes later, whilst continuing in this direction, Nicola is seen by another dog walker with her phone out in front of her. At 8:53 a.m, the mortgage advisor sends an email to her boss, followed by a message to her friends 6 minutes later. At 9:01, she logs onto a Microsoft Teams call before the last known sighting in the upper field at approximately 9:10. At around 9:20 a.m, Nicola is back in the area of the bench before the Teams call ended 10 minutes later, with her mobile remaining logged on after the call. Finally, at 9:33 a.m, another dog walker found her phone on the bench beside the river, with her dog darting between the two. Within 90 minutes, Miss Bulley's family and the school were told about her disappearance. Police are called, and she is deemed a high-risk missing person. The search to find Nicola begins, and Lancashire Constabulary deployed drones, helicopters, and police search dogs as part of the major missing person operation. On January the 30th, 3 days after her disappearance, Superintendent Sally Riley held a press conference with a handful of journalists asking for witnesses to come forward.
So I'm here today to appeal for witnesses in the case of Nicola Bulley. This is a 45-year-old lady from the local.
Now, poor Sally, because, I think Sally tried really hard. She said lots of things wrong. But, you feel like her earnest, she's got this sincerity that shines through. I do think she was sincere. I do think she was earnest. She just got it all wrong. But where is she now? Oh, she's another, is she cleaning the toilets, making the tea? I think it's David who said that she's probably, doing the lollipop crossing or something. She's disappeared, didn't she? She's not retired, and she's not died, as far as we know. Which, it seems to, lots of them have retired, And unfortunately, Peter Lawson, bless him, he died. But Sally, presumably, is still there in Lancashire Police somewhere, but who knows where.
Area, who sadly went missing last Friday morning at about 9:15 a.m.
Present was the Mirror's Holly Bone, who would go on to cover the story throughout.
Hello, my name is Holly Bone, and I'm here today in the village of St Michael's, Lancashire, where Nicola Bulley, a mum of 2, has been missing for 4 days.
So we queried the timeline, and it was when I took Sally Riley to one side at the end of the huddle where she'd asked questions, and I queried that.
So Holly Bone is the Mirror reporter. Now she's going to say now that she queried Sally Riley's, because Sally Riley probably was, I think Nick just said then, probably was fed the wrong information. Unfortunately, she was the fall guy at that time, wasn't she? There's been lots of sort of stooges in this story, but at that time it was Sally, and she was maybe fed the wrong information, or maybe she just didn't do her job properly. Who knows? She does come over as being sincere, I think. But I just thought, right, because she said right from the beginning, I remember that very saying, oh, well, we think she's gone into the river. And it was one of the many times, this was before I even started covering this case, it was one of the many times during this case that I have literally gasped out loud. You've heard me do it tonight. It's just one thing after another. What? You know, this case is all those gasps, one after the other. And I think the first one was probably when Sally Riley stood there and said, oh, well, it's our, you know, we think she's gone into the river. And I was like, why? Why do you think that? You know, so it was wrong right from the beginning. And unfortunately, Sally was involved in that, but maybe she was fed the wrong information.
That she said, oh, well, we found Nicola's phone still connected to a work call on a bench. And I remember thinking, well, that's a major detail that you should have told us, because now it makes a lot more sense why it's so much more mysterious that she's just vanished.
This piece of information, that Nicola hadn't terminated the work meeting and it was still live when the phone was found, was the spark that attracted attention across the country, with people asking and theorising of what could have happened, despite the police stating that they were not treating Miss Bulley's disappearance as suspicious.
And have not given their mummy a cuddle before bed for 5 nights.
Here's Emma now, all glamorous. She wasn't glamorous in the very first interview she did, was she, with the cap pulled down? But by now she's had her eyelashes done, or whatever she's had done. You know, and this was what people put. This is what put people off Emma, wasn't it? That she never cried. Also, she was so made up. You know, I just know, because of the sort of person I am, I would get so emotional that there would be just pointless putting on, like, you know, the makeup that I've got on now. But then there is a thing that, yes, you would like to look nice in front of the cameras. I mean, you know, whatever was going on, that's just a female thing, isn't it? But this is what put people off Emma, wasn't it? It was the way, you see, if you look at, is it Charlotte? I can't remember the other girl's name, but she does look so much more concerned. She's got a more empathetic expression on her face, hasn't she? Not Charlotte, is it? But oh gosh, what's her name? Somebody will tell me her name. But anyway, so I don't know if I've seen this interview before, actually.
Just incomprehensible.
They want to go out and help find her. For them, they don't understand it. I mean, we're struggling to understand it as fully grown adults.
With the added interest, attention and
Yeah, Heather always comes over as more genuine to me.
scrutiny, Lancashire Police continued searching the area and the river in the following days, which included specialist underwater and marine units. Despite this, no concrete evidence was found suggesting Nicola's whereabouts.
It just seemed absolutely impossible. Just like a dream. Just cannot get my head around any of it. Every single scenario comes to a brick wall, every single one of them. And then all we're doing is sitting there going round and round and round, going through every scenario, and then go back to the first scenario again and do the whole thing again. It is as though she has vanished into thin air. Like, yeah, just insane.
The police confirmed their sole focus was the area of the river due to the only exits away from the water being locked or covered by CCTV. This led to the police stating in a press conference that one scenario is most likely.
Our main working hypothesis, therefore,
We all got sick of that word, didn't we? Main working hypothesis. Oh, poor Sally.
Is that Nicola has sadly fallen into the river, that there is no third party or criminal involvement, and that this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person.
Family and friends, however, continued to hold on to hope that Nicola was still alive.
It's a possibility, and it is. And I think we're probably just that little bit.
Is this Stephanie Benyon? She looks like Charlotte Drake, but they just all look so alike, don't they? But anyway, it's not Charlotte Drake, it's Stephanie Benyon.
A glimmer of hope that we're hoping that it's not, and that she's still out there.
You know, as friends and family, we aren't in denial, but we are holding on to the hope, because until they say there is evidence, everything is just a theory.
She was wearing little Wellingtons, you know, she was wearing a bobble hat. These are all items of clothing that you would expect would appear somewhere down the line, you know, along the river. And nothing had been found and no one had seen anything. There wasn't any evidence to support this theory. I think the police were under increasing pressure to do as much as they can and show that they were doing as much as they can. And obviously with the family having their doubts, in comes Peter Folding.
After days of no progression from the police, the family of Nicola Bulley.
Now, I just want to say this is a real dig at Peter Folding in this. Why, I wonder, you know, because, you know, I'm not a lover of Peter Folding anymore, you know, but they really get the knife in with him on this. Why the Mirror? This is what I mean. The mainstream media don't want to know about Peter Folding. They don't want to know. That's why he's gone to the YouTube, small YouTube channels, because something's happened. Something has happened, I think, that we don't know about. Maybe we'll get to find out one day. But she really goes for Peter Folding, or this in a nice way. This video really sticks a knife in Peter Folding.
Approached Peter Folding from Specialist Group International to help with the search.
Underwater search unit with us, so we got another dive team to back up the police, and we got a really specialist bit of kit, high frequency side scan sonar, which we've got a very high hit rate. I was the first to bring it into the UK in 1999.
I was the first to bring it into the UK in 1999. Oh God, he's such, honestly, the more I see him talk, he is just full of himself.
And sort of pioneered the use of it over here, so I can find anything with that.
Being brought in by the family at the family's request, he said that he had the best sonar equipment, you know, in the world. I think the quote was,
And if Nicola is here, I'm happy that we will find her if she is in the river.
As a family.
Super sonar. But it's funny, isn't it? Like, you know, it's one thing me as a little YouTuber making comments about Peter Folding, but I found it interesting that she's obviously quite, you know, dismissive of him.
Family who are clawing for answers and desperate to know, that was got to be kind of music to their ears, to know that somebody is saying that they've got the equipment and the means and the experience to be able to do it.
If we can't find her in the next 3 or 4 days in this river, if she's not here, then I'm confident she's not in this stretch of river. I'd be very confident of that.
Folding and his team begin an extensive search of the river using their high-tech equipment, but unfortunately do not find anything to progress the investigation. In the following days, Folding began media briefings independently from the police.
The new area today to search around the sort of entry point where Nicola went in, up and then further up the river to the corner, just to clear that we've eliminated every possible scenario, and that's what we're looking at.
It's still much of a mystery, yeah. I mean, it's just finding Nicola at the moment, really. That's what this is about. And I don't know where she is. If she, we're still searching the river and treating it as a missing person inquiry.
On February the 8th, the search from the private firm comes to a halt, with Faulding saying Nicola Bulley is categorically not in that area.
If Nicola...
Yeah, notice they refer to him as Faulding as well, not Mr. Faulding or Peter or... Yeah, there's a real dig in here. Something's happened. I honest to God, I've said it from the beginning. Something has happened here for the relationship to break down with Peter and the family, and also with Peter and the media, because the media don't want to know him now.
Was in that river, I would have found her. I can guarantee you that. She wouldn't have. We would have found her, and she's not there. Normally we find them, but this is an unusual situation, and hopefully Nicola will appear somewhere or pop up somewhere. I don't know, but with that, I'm totally baffled by this one, to be honest.
With no advancement in the case from police searches and those conducted by Peter Faulding, an increasing sense of hysteria on social media began to grow.
Do not speculate as to what may have happened to Nicola.
In 29 years police service, I've never seen anything like it. Some of it's been quite shocking and really hurtful to the family. Obviously, we can't disregard anything, and we're...
Poor Peter. No, I don't mean Peter Faulding. I don't think poor Peter for him. He's not poor, is he? But poor Peter Lawson here in the press conference. I don't think he looks ill there, really, does he? I mean, he's a little bit on the thin side, I would say. He could probably do with putting on a few pounds. But I don't know that he really looks ill, but he looks quite stressed. I really do feel that for Peter Lawson, the stress you can see in his face. And of course, so this was the press conference where Rebecca was a bit arsey, wasn't she, and that, and we all thought, oh my God, she's so defensive. But of course now, knowing what we know now, I do understand it, and I do feel for Rebecca much more.
We've reviewed everything that's come in, but of course it has distracted us significantly.
Yeah, it definitely got very frosty. The people, I think, became very guarded, and I think that they were upset with how the scene was being treated, as they put it, as like a dark tourism hotspot. So, these people who were coming under the guise of wanting to help, but actually, were just causing more upset and harm. I think that really caused a lot of problems.
Further down,
I do think most people, maybe they did, maybe they did the wrong thing, but I think most people that turned up there probably did genuinely want to help, or people wanted to be the person that found the clue that answered gave the answer to what had happened to Nicola. And that wasn't only TikTok people. The police probably felt like that. Peter Faulding probably felt like that. I think everyone felt like that. The press, everyone wanted to be, this was a mystery, and people wanted to find the answer for it for the girls, probably as much as anything, for Nicola's daughters and the family. I do think that's human nature. But having said that, I don't know why this particular case people got so, maybe because it was so mysterious. People are interested in things like that. They do want to solve things. You just have to accept that, really. The police could do so much better by they need to use social media better. Because social media, this is what I've liked about some of the cases that I've seen over in America, where they've used social media to their advantage. You can't pretend it doesn't exist. You can't just say, oh, social media, oh my God, they shouldn't be doing this and they shouldn't be doing that. They are. So what you've got to do is use it to your advantage. That would be my way of looking at it. And I do feel that that's why they're having a bit of a clear out at Lancashire Police, because they need younger people in. You know, most of the people, they're all retiring. She'd been there 29 years, and I'm sure she was really good. But the thing is, times change. You need younger people who know different things about, like, how to deal with social media. You know, Rebecca, with the best will in the world, she's probably not had much to do with social media. She's not of that age group. But, you know, someone in their 20s, 30s, they'll have grown up with it. They'll have grown up with it, and it'll be second nature instead of pretending that it doesn't exist.
On the line, this led to TikTok issuing a statement on the matter, as they said they would take action against violations of community guidelines by removing and restricting some content and accounts. As further days passed, with no answers, more pressure was put on Lancashire Police and their handling of the case. And on February the 15th, Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith revealed Miss Bulley was classed as a high-risk missing person immediately after she was reported missing due to vulnerabilities.
As soon as she was reported missing, following the information that was provided to the police by her partner Paul, and based on a number of specific vulnerabilities that we were made aware of, Nicola was graded as high risk. That is normal in a missing person from investigation with the information we were in possession of.
With this information, speculation grew online of what vulnerabilities Nicola had, which forced the constabulary to release a statement to clarify the information due to concerns for the safety of Paul Ansell and the family. The police disclosed Miss Bulley's struggles with alcohol and perimenopause. The statement and handling of Nicola's private information was widely criticised, and the police announced it would be conducting an internal review of the handling of the case.
Everybody.
Now, I'm just trying to think now. Yeah, because this was a big thing, wasn't it, when they came out with this information about Nicola's personal problems, if you like, that Paul had told them about. I can't remember another case where, you know, like recently we had the Gale in Norwich, who drowned, didn't she, in a river, and we don't know the full story of that, and we won't until the inquest comes out, I suppose. But again, no suspicious circumstances. But I don't remember us, you know, don't remember them releasing personal information about her. This was very odd, because remember that Nicola was still missing at the time. This is what always struck me. Nicola was missing. She was not, nobody knew what had happened to her. So they're releasing her personal medical information. And it always just struck me that if Nicola was somewhere watching that programme, you know, it wouldn't be very nice, would it? And if she hadn't deleted herself before that, might have made her want to delete herself. Because now suddenly the whole world knew her mental state or her medical conditions. And this is another thing that makes, you know, I felt with Paul's interview with this, it was never felt that Nicola was still alive. I think it was 100% thought right from day one that Nicola was deceased, because otherwise they would not have released this information.
It was just dumbfounded. I mean, I remember looking at the email and I was in absolute disbelief. I felt angry. They never needed to, you know, cause that family, you know, expose them to kind of that such personal information being released.
Really unusual that they have provided this information, and I think there are questions for Lancashire Police about why they've done this.
I just believe that it's wholly irresponsible, it's out of context. I don't see how that helps the public in the search for
yes, commented on from the government, you know, from the shadow Secretary of State, Yvette Cooper, who in my opinion is very good. I didn't know who this lady was until she spoke on here. And even bloody Fishy Rishi, Snaky Sunak, even he had something to say.
this lady who, you know, clearly is vulnerable.
That private information was put into the public domain, and I'm pleased that the police are looking at how that happened in the investigation. Obviously, my thoughts are with Nicola's friends and family, and the focus now must be on continuing to try and find her.
On February 19th at 2:32 p.m, Lancashire police revealed a body had been found in the river after it was called earlier in the day at 11:36 a.m. to an area of the River Wyre, about a mile from where Miss Bulley first disappeared. And the following day, the force confirmed that the body that was found by a member of the public had been identified as Nicola Bulley.
Sadly, we are now able to confirm that yesterday we recovered Nicola Bulley from the River Wyre. Nicola's family have been informed and are, of course, devastated.
It was really sad. It was, this was a story that we'd been covering for almost a month.
It's a sad day, isn't it?
Very sad. You can actually feel the energy around you, just so somber, really, and sad. Feel for the little girls, don't we?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it came as a shock, but it was still an extremely sad day, knowing that, her daughters, her family, her parents that I'd spoken to and who were lovely people were going through that. It was sad to think about them experiencing that.
The family criticised the police's handling of the case, and Paul Ansell spoke of his agony at the news. At a later date in June, the coroner concluded the cause of Nicola Bulley's death was accidental drowning. Following the independent review of the case, a 143-page report is published in November and finds the investigation was handled well, but the force lost control of the public narrative, and the disclosure of personal information about Nicola Bulley's health struggles was avoidable and unnecessary.
It would have been much better had Nicola been declared as a high-risk missing person from the outset. And indeed, there was an early press conference where some misleading information was given that said there were no issues of vulnerability around Nicola, which actually probably contributed to a number of the conspiracy theories about, well, something awful must have happened then.
Specialist diver Peter Faulding's behaviour was deemed to have caused challenges to the investigation. Mr. Faulding told the report authors he was not advised or supported with any media guidance by the force, and that he did not receive any instruction not to engage with the press.
What lessons have been learned, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we'll find out until the next time that a case like this comes around. But in terms of the lessons that need to be learned, the police need to start taking social media much more seriously. Realistically, this was a case of somebody who just fell into a river. It could happen to anyone. So, I think they just need to be a lot more prepared.
So there you go. That's the Mirror's take on it. Now, what we're going to look at now, I'm going to have to go off for a loo break, but I'm going to put a video on for you to look at. Hang on, I need to take some of these away. Now, this is a video from Curtis Media, who's now, of course, called DJE Media. I hope you won't mind me showing it. I think Curtis's videos were so good, weren't they, in the beginning, because for the footage of the scene, to give us an idea of the scene. And I want to watch this video. Somebody sent me this video. David's going off for a phone charge. Yeah, get a little break. We can have a little break, but I'm going to put this video on for you to watch while I'm just going to go. I've just got to go off for a little break. Oh, stop screen. Hang on. Remove. Sorry, I'm sorting myself out. I think for me, the problem with Curtis, and if he is watching this, I don't mean any offence to him, but I just think he just went that little bit over the top, and people got annoyed with him, and it's a shame because he was doing really well. But I live in a little village. I know what it's like. If somebody was turning up here every day, Here's the German Shepherd. Hello, baby. Hello. You know, somebody was turning up here every day trying to interview people and taking videos surreptitiously. Nobody would be happy with it, you know, and so maybe we'd just been a little bit more discreet. But do think his videos were really good. Do think his videos were really good. So let's have a look at this one, which is right from the early days. Share screen. And this video has had 175,000 views. Wow.
Calls again, second day. Today we're going to have a little walk along the river, a different route. We're going to have a look at a potential site where possibly it looks like a burial site to me. I've reported it to the police yesterday. However, they're not interested. They haven't been to check it out. So I thought I'd video record it today as evidence and show you guys.
Yeah, it's this thing of, you know, he thought, like talking of Peter with it, I don't know what date this video was taken, but I wonder if Peter had seen this video and that's why he went like investigating. I don't know. But because Curtis in this video says that he found, or he thought that he may have found, a possible deposition site. Oh my God, that's another expression I won't be sorry if I never heard again. Along with side scan sonar, a deposition site, all those sort of things. Yeah, I agree with what Ali is saying there. The police have to learn to use social media. Social media can be used in a positive way if you get them on your side. But, you know, if you treat them badly, you have to get them on your side and use them, use the useful things about them and learn how to deal with the non-useful things. There's going to be, they have to learn that, because social media is not going away. You know, they're not going to, you can't just go around arresting people and that's the way you deal with people. I mean, to be fair with Curtis, in the end, they arrested him for his own safety because the villagers were getting really, really angry with him. So he was, you know, that was sort of what happened in the, but anyway, I don't want to go into the ins and outs of that. I don't know them. You know, Curtis came on and made his own videos about what had happened to him, and you know, and then of course he was forbidden, wasn't he, to go into the area. But then as soon as he did, he was allowed to go back in there again. He was back again and did it again. So you know, they all got annoyed with him again, and I think now he's not actually allowed to mention Nicola's name as far as I know. But anyway, so that's okay. So we can mention Nicola's name, and we can show Curtis's videos if he's okay with us doing it. Son, Curtis already had a channel. What he did was change the name on his channel. Like, you can change the name on you. I could change the name on my channel tomorrow to Nicola Bulley, the Nicola Bulley case, or you know, whatever I wanted to, really. You can do that. So he had already set up a channel, but it wasn't called the Nicola Bulley channel. So then he changed it, you know, so I don't think there was anything weird about that. I mean, he was trying, some of his videos are back up there now, and he was trying to, he's a YouTuber, you know, obviously he was trying to do, you know, set up a successful YouTube channel. That was part of the reason why he was doing it. But also, I think we can't take away the value of what he did, because his videos were good. He's very good. He's good on that, you know, that I'm not, certainly not good at, going out and taking videos at the scene. And he's carried on with his channel. He's changed the name. He's doing different things, and he's doing really well and good. I wish him luck. But a lot of his videos are back up now. Not all of them, I don't think, but David, he was the British JLR. Remind me, but you know, you notice a difference with, I think, where JLR. I mean, he does get into trouble sometimes, JLR as well, and he's doing the immigrant thing now, isn't he? Going out onto the borders in America and, you know, reporting on the immigrants coming over, which is a bit like Curtis was doing, reporting on immigrant hotels and things. But, you know, thing is, you find your niche and you do what you're doing, and you know, why shouldn't he do that? It's like he's good at it. He's good at videos. How he's never actually got beaten up, I'm not really quite sure, because something, you know, sometimes he does, but you know, that's what he does, and you know, I'm not criticizing it. It's just what he does. You know, everyone's YouTube channel, they do what they do, and you know, as long as they don't criticize me, I'm not going to criticize them. But yeah, he does auditing now, which is interesting. A lot of people, I've watched, hey, I watched some of them in the beginning, but in the end I just get a bit bored with all that. But yeah, it's interesting, you know, if you're interested in that sort of thing, and good luck to him. Right, okay, I'm going to play this video and then I will come back and play it again, because I'm just going to go, I'm going to have a loo break, I'm going to get a cranberry juice, and I'll be back. Let me just take my picture out. There you go. I'll put it back to the beginning. God. I can see I'm getting tired now because I'm trying to rewind on something that I can't rewind on. But this is, I think this video is very interesting. So we'll watch it and then I'll come back and...
So welcome to St Michael's again, second day. Today we're going to have a little walk along the river, a different route. We're going to have a look at a potential site where possibly it looks like a burial site to me. I've reported it to the police yesterday. However, they're not interested. They haven't been to check it out. So I thought I'd video record it today as evidence and show you guys that. And there's a few other little things to show as well. The caravan park and a few other access areas which we didn't even see yesterday. And a few cameras on houses which clearly the police probably would have got the footage from. So let's go, another day.
Saying, you know,
Yeah.
she's been on that bench.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody else taken her, they must have been frightened of somebody walking across this bridge, because you can see straight to it, can't you?
I don't know. I mean, no, I don't. But you don't thought the police would have asked people on the park, right?
Of course. I mean, looking across the street, if you houses done, there's a brick building there, isn't there? It's very weird, isn't it?
So we're back at the river. Today the weather is absolutely beautiful compared to yesterday. As you can see, the water is very calm, pretty shallow and pretty see-through right there. And again, like yesterday, this is the route Nicola walked along the path on the way to the bench. And there we have the Wyre, which is the part of the river that's tidal, and before the Wyre is very calm and no current. There isn't much water coming over the Wyre, as you can see here. I find it hard to believe anything would have got over that Wyre on the day in question, as you can see there. So here we are again on the second day, arriving at the bench location and the gate where the dog was found with the lead. And we're going to walk a different way along the river this time, as we don't know where she went and we don't know if or where she was taken. So We're going to walk to the right-hand side of the bench this time, and we're going to have a little look down there. Once again, there is the top field, and the lower field is just past that building over there. So, as you can see, the area where she's meant to have fallen in is very steep, to be honest. And the water there is about 2 foot at the edge, and it instantly gets deeper. However, there's no current at all. The water is literally completely still. So the abandoned house is directly opposite me right now on the river. As you can see there, that's the abandoned house, or should I say unoccupied house. So if you're following, we've walked back round towards the Wyre in that direction. And as you can see, the water towards the Wyre direction is now starting to move a little bit. It looks like some people here have already been digging at the bank. If it wasn't people, then yeah, it's a little bit strange really, but there we go. So, guys, if you remember yesterday, we walked along the main path. We took a left and we looked at this yesterday. Today, we're walking down this path. This path leads back from where we just were, and it goes directly to the main road, actually. So this would have been one main escape route for possibility of somebody taking her. The caravan park is on my right-hand side at the moment.
His videos are so good. You know, when I do a video, it never turns out like that. But anyway, very, very good. You know, very pleasant to watch his videos, whatever the subject.
And on the left-hand side are private houses. Now, nearly all of these private houses have CCTV outside of them. I will show you in a minute the CCTV on one particular house. But each of these houses do have cameras or doorbells with a camera on. So I presume the police would have been hot on the case with those. This house on the left has many, many cameras. We've already passed a couple. And I will show you the main camera on the front of the house just now. So we're now going to walk along this main road, which goes to Rowan Water. On the map, there is a place called Rowan Water. It's like a holiday caravan chalet type place with a lake in it. And if you remember the other video, if you watched my previous video yesterday, in the corner of the lower field where Nicola was last seen at 9:10 in the morning by the final witness, there was a gate, and we had looking.
I just want to say that the reason that I'm playing this video is because this was sent to me again recently. So now I don't know who somebody, you know, obviously sent it me by email, and you know, I'm not going to say what their name is, but I don't know them. You know, I don't know. It might have even been Curtis. I'm not saying it was, but you know what I mean. When you get an email from an anonymous person or a person that I don't know. I mean, there are certain people that get emails from that are on my chat all the time and send me photos and tell me personal stories, and I know that they're real people. So somebody sent me this video literally just a few days ago as it was coming up to the anniversary. And this person has also sent me some photos, and I'm going to show one of those photos at the end of this. And the reason that they sent me this video, this particular video, was because at the end they think there's something to see. You know, we'll see. So this is why I'm showing it you today on this anniversary.
The gate yesterday from the back view. Again, on the previous video, we're going to walk towards that front area of that park now. Now, I noticed this path on the way there.
Yeah, and this thing that Curtis is showing, I've been there and he's right. Rio's been there, she knows. There's loads of ways you can get onto that field and off it, of course. So it's no point the police saying that they don't think it was third-party involvement because they've got no CCTV. There's loads of little paths. If you wanted to get onto that field without being seen by CCTV, there's a million ways you, well, not a million, but you know what I mean. There's loads of ways you could do it. So, you know, and of course, Nicola was not seen on any CCTV either. Well, she was, as we saw earlier, she was possibly seen on CCTV. So this is what I'm saying is anybody, so it could have been foul play because there could have been third party. They can't base the fact there was no third party involvement on the fact that they've got no CCTV, because there's loads of ways that somebody could have got onto that field who, you know, without being seen. So, and Curtis points this out actually in this video.
And I figured I'd walk straight in and see how easy it was to get to the field from here. This is a private farm driveway, and as you can see, the lower field is right there, just over the other side of those bushes on the far end. So again, to me, it's a very easy escape route there if they wanted to. So here we are at Rowan Water. This, again, the back of this leads directly to the corner of the lower field, right where she was seen last, right by the river. And that gate is locked, but there's only a little padlock on there. There's a camera up there, of course. And this is entry only to residents. Presumably the gate is locked. So if anybody's took her through there, now guys, this is very important. This is a place I found yesterday in the dark. I had a very strange feeling here. This lane takes you from St Michael's to Inskip. Inskip is where Paul and Nicola live. This is a very, very remote country lane. And I just had a strange feeling yesterday, so I had a little mooch around in the forest. And what I found, actually reported it to the police yesterday. I sent them photos, as I just didn't have a good feeling about it. We will show you in a moment. So this place is approximately 1 mile from St Michael's by the bridge, and it's approximately 2 miles from Inskip, pretty much bang in the middle of where they live and St Michael's. It's the only road really through the two villages. Okay. Now, what I found was quite worrying yesterday. This ground here is all dug up. You can't really see too well on the camera, but from a distance, it's clearly been moved recently. So it just caught my eye. And when you walk on it, feet go straight through. Again, you can't see on the camera that well, but there were certain places where my foot just gave way, like it had been filled in recently.
Right, so this is it. So the, you know, who knows? Who knows? Let's just have a little look more.
I'm trying to show on the camera there. It didn't really work very well. And here we have the river.
Let me just go back. I want to see that again.
Yeah, is all dug up. You can't really see too well on the camera, but from a distance, it's clearly been moved recently. So it just caught my eye. And when you walk on it, feet go straight through. Again, you can't see on the camera that well, but there were certain places where my foot just gave way, like it had been filled in recently. I'm trying to show on the camera there. It didn't really work very well. And here we have the river, about 4 or 5 miles downstream where the police are supposed to be searching. And here is the river meeting the sea.
Yeah, like someone just said that whatever you think about Curtis, you cannot deny his videos. I mean, they're stunning, really, aren't they? I mean, his footage is excellent. Really, really good.
In Fleetwood, again, I can't see any police here searching, but a beautiful view nonetheless.
Okay. Oh no, I want to go back to that.
So welcome to St Michael's again.
Right, we'll just watch it one more time and then I want to show you a photo that somebody sent me.
Second day. Today we're going to have a little walk along the river, a different route. We're going to have a look at a potential site where possibly it looks like a burial site to me. I've reported it to the police yesterday. However, they're not interested. They haven't been to check it out. So I thought I'd video record it today as evidence and show you guys that. And there's a few other little things to show as well. The caravan park and a few other access areas which we didn't even see yesterday. And a few cameras on houses which clearly police probably would have got the footage from. So let's go, another day.
Saying, you know,
Yeah.
if she's been on that bench,
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody else taken her, they must have been frightened of somebody walking across this bridge because you can see straight to it, can't you?
I don't know. I mean, no, I don't. But you don't thought the police would have asked people on the park, right?
Of course. I mean, looking across the street, if you houses done, there's a brick building there, isn't there? It's very weird, isn't it?
So we're back at the river. Today the weather is absolutely beautiful compared to yesterday. As you can see, the water is very calm, pretty shallow and pretty see-through right there. And again, like yesterday, this is the route Nicola walked along the path on the way to the bench. And there we have the Wyre, which is the part of the river that's tidal, and before the Wyre is very calm and no current. There isn't much water coming over the Wyre, as you can see here.
I mean, look at that. Look, it's just, you know, everybody. Peter Folding put a video out to show that it couldn't be, it was impossible. You know, the more we see of the actual river itself, the more we think, how could Nicola have floated without anybody seeing her all that way that supposedly she did, without anyone seeing her?
I find it hard to believe anything would have got over that Wyre on the day in question, as you can see there.
Hey. I'm not sure which time of year this is. When I went there, when you see the caravan park there. Let's just have a look. When I went there, it was so, because I went, I think it was July, wasn't it? There was so much foliage. There was so much, you know, the trees and bushes and everything. You could not see anything. In fact, walking along that path, it was very obscured. Because I remember my sister saying, oh my God, I don't think I would walk here on my own, because it was so covered over. You didn't feel that you could just look over and see the caravan park. It was because all these trees were covered in leaves. So he must have gone quite a bit earlier.
So here we are again on the second day, arriving at the bench location and the gate where the dog was found with the lead. And we're going to walk a different way along the river this time, as we don't know where she went, and we don't know if or where she was taken. So we're going to walk to the right-hand side of the bench this time, and we're going to have a little look down there. Once again, there is the top field, and the lower field is just past that building over there.
I actually think this is key. I thought, since I saw somebody show a video of this, let me just...
Field is just past that building over there.
That little path there, somebody could go up there and somebody might not see them. You know, where the day I was there, you could not go up that little path at the side of the stile because it was all overgrown. It was completely
Field
overgrown.
is
But
just
you
past
could
that
see-
building over there.
You can see here, somebody could have nipped up here. You know, if Nicola did come to some foul play, you know, when the scream was heard, if somebody pushed her into the river or if somebody abducted her or whatever, there's this funny little path up here that you could go that way and not be seen by people from the main path. Just a thought. Which is the way that Curtis is going now.
So as you can see, the area where she's meant to have fallen in is very steep, to be honest. And the water there is about 2 foot at the edge, and it instantly gets deeper.
But look how still it is.
However, there's no current at all. The water is literally completely still. So the abandoned house is directly opposite me right now on the river. As you can see there, that's the abandoned house, or should I say unoccupied house. So if you're following, we've walked back round towards the weir in that direction. And as you can see, the water towards the weir direction is now starting to move a little bit. It looks like some people here have already been digging at the bank. If it wasn't people, then yeah, it's a little bit strange, really. But there we go. So, guys, if you remember yesterday, we walked along the main path. We took a left, and we looked at this yesterday. Today, we're walking down this path. This path leads back from where we just were, and it goes directly to the main road, actually. So this would have been one main escape route for possibility of somebody taking her. The caravan park is on my right-hand side at the moment, and on the left-hand side are private houses. Now, nearly all of these private houses have CCTV outside of them. I will show you in a minute the CCTV on one particular house, but each of these houses do have cameras or doorbells with a camera on. So I presume the police would have been hot on the case with those. This house on the left has many, many cameras. We've already passed a couple, and I will show you the main camera on the front of the house just now. So we're now going to walk along this main road, which goes to Rowan Water. On the map, there is a place called Rowan Water.
All those cameras, all those private cameras. And Nicola was not seen, or nobody was seen, nothing was seen. You know, what was she, like a ghost who just sort of flitted past without being seen? I bet Curtis was on those CCTV cameras.
It's like a holiday caravan chalet type place with a lake in it. And if you remember the other video, if you watched my previous video yesterday, in the corner of the lower field where Nicola was last seen at 9:10 in the morning by the final witness, there was a gate. We had a look in the gate yesterday from the back view, again on the previous video. We're going to walk towards that front area of that park now. Now, I noticed this path on the way there, and I figured I'd walk straight in and see how easy it was to get to the field from here. This is a private farm driveway, and as you can see, the lower field is right there, just over the other side of those bushes on the far end. So again, to me, it's a very easy escape route there if they wanted to. So here we are at Rowan Water. This again, the back of this leads directly to the corner of the lower field, right where she was seen last, right by the river, and that gate is locked, but there's only a little padlock on there. There's a camera up there, of course, and this is entry only to residents. Presumably the gate is locked, so if anybody's took her through there. Now, guys, this is very important. This is a place I found yesterday in the dark. I had a very strange feeling here. This lane takes you from St Michael's to Inskip. Inskip is...
So this is the bit that I think, well, that I know, because the person who sent me this video told me to look out at the end of the video. So I just want you to watch what Curtis is doing, and then I'm going to show you the picture that they sent me a while ago, and then I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying anything. I have absolutely no idea what happened to Nicola. I just know that it all feels wrong, but I'm just going to put it out there and let you think about it, talk about it, and see.
Where Paul and Nicola live. This is a very, very remote country lane. I just had a strange feeling yesterday, so I had a little mooch around in the forest, and what I found, I actually reported it to the police yesterday. I sent them photos, as I just didn't have a good feeling about it. We will show you in a moment. So this place is approximately 1 mile from St Michael's by the bridge, and it's approximately 2 miles from Inskip, pretty much bang in the middle of where they live and St Michael's. It's the only road really through the two villages. Okay. Now, what I found was quite worrying yesterday. This ground here is all dug up. You can't really see too well on the camera, but from a distance, it's clearly been moved recently. So it just caught my eye. And when you walk on it, feet go straight through. Again, you can't see on the camera that well, but there were certain places where my foot just gave way, like it had been filled in recently. I'm trying to show on the camera there. It didn't really work very well. And here we have the river, about 4 or 5 miles downstream where the police are supposed to be searching. And here is the river meeting the sea in Fleetwood. Again, I can't see any police here searching, but a beautiful view nonetheless.
Now then, hang on, let me just put some windows down. Why were there no police? So all that video that he did that whole video, and they never saw any police searching, which is strange. There was a guy in the background hiding, DMV. What on that video? Anyway, let me show you the what again? Oh no, it's not. Right, let me just show this other this photo then that I was sent as well. Hang on. And what about this? So they sent me this picture that supposedly has been screenshot off that video that I've just showed you. What do you think? Do you think that looks like anything? You can see where they've what's it? They've circled 2 areas. I think they're trying to say that this is a face and that this is an arm. But what do we think? Let me come back and see what you think. Anybody got any thoughts on that? Yeah. So whatever. I mean, I'll try and make it bigger. Somebody said it's too small, though. I don't think it is really. You can see it quite clearly, or see it better now. Well, Eve, I don't know what it is, but it looks a bit like an arm. I think what they're trying to say is this is an arm. I must admit, when I first saw it, I did think immediately that looked like an arm. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. It could just be, you know, sometimes you think you see things in leaves and you don't really see anything. Yeah, I'm not laughing because it's because Charlie's just said if Debbie, the fake psychic, who Peter sent the sonar images to, if she saw this, it would be she would be a gibbering wreck. It does look like an arm. No, I don't know if this is supposed to be a face here, but that could not, that just wouldn't match up with it. If that was an arm, this could not be the face. Just wouldn't, just couldn't be. But it does look like an arm. Well, David, they said that exactly. Why send it to me and not the police? They said they sent it to the police and the police weren't interested, but obviously that's not true. But this, I don't know if this is supposed to be the face here, but that could not be the face and that be the arm. That does look like an arm, but sometimes things do look like things, you know? Well, it's supposed to be buried, Kelly. That's the reason. It's supposed to be half buried under. So what this person, I'll just tell you what the person said to me was that they noticed it and screenshot it. But it's from that video. I think they did send one in colour, Wesley. I don't know. But Bridget turned it upside down and it no longer looked like an arm or a face. Yeah. There's a lot of things that could look like things. I don't believe for a minute the police wouldn't have been interested in it if they really thought it was anything. I'm sure they would have been out there, but yeah. You know, disturbed ground. But you know what? Maybe the ground would have been disturbed because people had been out looking for Nicola, hadn't they? So maybe, you know, the ground was disturbed. Anyway, just thought I'd show it you. Now, before I go, is there anything else that you'd like to see before I go? So, for example, so now, you know, we're a year on now from this case. I've done so many videos on this case over the year about all sorts of things, the interviews, the inquest, the College of Policing report, lots of different videos about all aspects of this Nicola Bulley case. And of course, there's lots of other things available. So can we go back to that part of the video? Someone said, let's have a look. What did I do with it? We can, I've just got to find it. Just let me go back to that part of the video, give you one more look at that. And while I'm doing that, think about if there's anything else, any other videos you want to see, interviews or whatever I can find. If they're not ones I've done on my videos, I can find them somewhere. Right, this is the video bit where he's in the unseen ground, in the...
Is all dug up. You can't really see too well on the camera, but from a distance, it's clearly been moved recently. So it just caught my eye.
There it is.
And when you walk on it,
yeah, see, I don't know there. That's it. That's the bit. That's it there. Can you see that? That's supposed to be the bit where they thought it might be the arm. This is the bit that they thought might be the face. But I can't see how that would match up with that. Yeah, you see it there? Yeah. Yeah, Ocean, I think you're right. I think you would, if that was a body, you would be able to smell it, definitely, without, you know, so I don't think it was. Oh. Anything else? Anything else? Do you want to see any videos of, you know, like interviews or anything you'd like to have a look at while I'm on here? Because I carry on a little bit longer now, and then tomorrow I'm having a day off. Yeah, that's right. If it was a body, wildlife would be there and do something with it, wouldn't it? So just wanted to show it to you because somebody had brought it to my attention, and it was always worth looking at. I'm just going to see if I've got, let me see. I think we should have a little look if I can find the something that might be interesting to see. Emma's interviews, because we've not seen those for a while. Right, let's have a look at just one of Emma's interviews. Right, sorry, I'm going to find. So this is from a while back, a video that I did. I did all them as interviews at some point. Let's have a look. Thank you for every like, every share, every subscribe for super chat. Next interview. So this is interview 13 from the interviews I've covered, not necessarily in order, just as I've had, you know, as I've found the interviews, I've done a little analysis on them. Now you'll see there's something quite, this one, when we get to it, see if you notice it, what Emma says. Is it important, the phrasing that she uses? Let's see. Okay, let me just check that that's showing up on your thing. Yeah. Let's see.
2 weeks have been torturous for the family here in St Michael's on Wyre, just desperate to find any information that helps them discover what's happened to Nicola Bulley, the mother, the partner, who hasn't been seen since she was walking her dog 2 weeks ago today. Now, the search is now focused downriver towards where the River Wyre meets the Irish Sea, Knot End and at Morecambe Bay, and along that whole stretch. But today, the focus in St Michael's on Wyre is with her friends, members.
Now, I just want to say there's something that strikes me every time when I watch any of these videos. That road, how busy it is. It is so busy. It's car after car after car. And that, to me, tells me two things. One, that there's no way on God's earth that Nicola would have left Willow running around so close to that road. You know, even if she did want to do something to herself, she would have made sure 100% that Willow was safe, because she loved that dog. And that dog, you know, could have come running out onto the road or anything. So that's the first thing it shows to me, how busy this road is. The other thing is, how can there not be any dash cam? Or, I mean, there may be. We may find out at the inquest that there is some dash cam that showed her. You know, because the police keep saying, oh, we've got no evidence to show that Nicola left the river. Where's the evidence that she even went to the river in the first place? Because I haven't seen any evidence of that. Have you? All those cars whizzing past, not one bit of dash cam or sighting. You know, nobody's saying, oh, yeah, I saw that woman with a dog. And, you know, people do notice things when they're driving. They notice people walking past, or dogs, you know, you might notice because you like dogs, or if there was an attractive woman, so a man might notice her going past, or just you might think, oh, where they're going. Or, you know, there's someone in all those cars that went past. I think there are about 800 cars. Are you not telling me that not one of them had dash cam and not one of them saw Nicola? So, to me, I would say to the police, it's all right saying you have no evidence that she left the river, but you actually have no evidence that she went to the river. Whatever happened, whether it's foul play, whether it's whatever, where is the evidence that she went to the river? Maybe we'll see it at the inquest. I hope so.
We did a community who've come together to try and jog the memory of anybody that would cross this bridge close to where Nicola Bulley went for that walk on the 27th of January. With me now is Emma White, one of Nicola Bulley's friends. Emma, this is just heartache for you.
You see that she jumps right forward. She does like being interviewed, whatever. It might just be the actress in her. She's obviously, from pictures we've seen of her, you know, she obviously maybe likes attention or drama type things and whatever. Fair enough. But if this is really your friend, I don't think you'd be reveling in it so much. She's loving being on the camera.
For the whole community over the last 2 weeks, but you're staying strong and hoping that today you will get some new information.
Yeah, we came out a week ago and we're back out today for 2 weeks to just jog anybody's memory that might have those key bits in.
Oh, so it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. Okay.
information.
So it's the 2nd week milestone, obviously. Look, the way she, so see how she's doing, you know, she is like, I know she's an organised person. Sometimes you need an Emma, you know, sometimes when shit's going on, you need someone like Emma to take over and do stuff, but just seems to enjoy it too much when you bear in mind that this is your friend that's gone missing.
You see now the flurry of traffic going on, and this is the key piece of road that we're looking for. And if you went into the gate to go on her walk, and there's no footage of that gate, so we're just trying to get dash cam footage. The police have also done number recognition, so people have had letters that were here.
Yeah, she's always saying, so we're just trying to get dash cam footage. You know, the police are, but she says we, if it's the family or if it's the police, she's in on everything. Not only she's part of the police investigation, she's part of the family as well. She's part of everything. Yeah, maybe they did need an Emma. You know, maybe you know, Emma's exactly what you need in that circumstance, which just seems to be enjoying it too much to me.
Hopefully, with us being out in force today, the number plate recognition, we do get some information that we vitally need.
Yeah, the police said earlier this week that they have contacted 700 drivers of vehicles that crossed over this area that day on Friday the 27th of January. And your hope today is that perhaps just somebody wasn't aware that they could have some vital information.
Yeah, I mean, all the media would wonder how they haven't seen the story, but absolutely, so they might just come through the village every 2 weeks. So just anything, we just need something to go on.
Obviously, it's important that you can stay strong and be able to do these interviews.
Oh yeah, she's yeah. You know, she's such a martyr, isn't she? You know, I'm so glad I'm looking over these interviews because you start to forget why you felt uneasy about it all in the first place. You know, you do forget. And when I watch this, you know, she just looks like, oh yes, you know, poor me, I'm such a martyr.
Try and make sure that we don't forget what's happened here at St. Michael's on Wyre. But how are you?
What's keeping us strong is obviously Nicky and Paul.
Yeah. So the reporter says to her, "How are you?" meaning her, but she again replies with "we," mentions Paul. You know, this Paul and Emma and Paul, Batman and Robin type thing. They're always associated together.
Children and my own children, we have to be resilient for them.
Yeah. Now, it feels like they're a blended family to me. You know, so she said, Paul and Paul's children and my children, we have to be strong for them. Why is it like talking about as if it's a blended family, as if, you know, they're all together? Oh, I just cannot shake this feeling that there's some sort of relationship going on here. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Obviously, they're aware Mummy is missing, but if we all crumble and we're giving no hope to them, aren't we? We still have that hope that Vicky's out there because we have no news.
This is such a small community, a small village school where Nicky and Paul's children attend.
Look at the smile in there. It's like, you know, where are the smiles coming from?
They were dropped off that morning. You still have contact with them. How are they coping?
Yeah, when they get home from school, they're asking Daddy the same question, any news? And Daddy sadly has to say no.
Now, how does she know when they get home from school? That's what they're saying. It feels like they're all together.
And Paul said he can just see them sort of deflate. But kids are resilient. They've got hope. They see Mummy's picture everywhere. They say everyone's out looking for the Mummy.
Poor
we just
kids.
want to bring them that news that we found Mummy and Mummy's coming home tonight to put you to bed and give you those good night cuddles which every Mummy should be doing.
And just behind us, you can see some of the members of the community with these posters. A very clear picture of Nicola Bulley's face. The day.
Sorry, I just want to go back. This childish way she talked about the children. I know they are children. Maybe I'm just being bad. But when she said, "Oh, we want them to come back to give them those mummy, what was it, those mummy cuddles, good night cuddles."
There's a very clear picture of Nicola Bulley's face. The day she went missing, and that number asking people to call 101.
101, yeah, just for any information, and it is just driving that awareness that somebody might see.
Sorry,
the day she went missing, and that number asking people to call.
I'm not going back far.
Community with these posters, a very clear picture.
Which every mummy should be doing.
There. Yeah, give them those good night cuddles.
put you to bed and give you those good night cuddles, which every mummy should be doing.
And just behind us, you can see some of
Yeah,
the.
it doesn't. But don't she? Maybe it's just the way Emma talks. It's all this sort of. Well, you know, it's like magic. It's like what dreams are made of. It's the way she talks. It's sort of flowery, isn't it?
Of the community with these posters, a very clear picture of Nicola Bulley's face the day she went missing, and that number asking people to call 101.
101, yeah. If there's any information, and it is just driving that awareness that somebody might see. So yeah, she might not even be in St Michael's anymore, but wherever she is, just bring Nikki home.
And how hard is it for you knowing that that search is extended towards the sea, that they just haven't been able to find any trace of Nikki in the river here?
We have to cling on to that. That's good news. So we've had the police in there. We've had Peter and his amazing team that we want to say thank you.
So Peter and his amazing team there, but as we saw in the live last night, if you watched that, I must put all these videos on a play. Well, they are on a playlist, so you could watch them one after the other. Because in the police statement or in the family statement, when Nicola was sadly identified, they say so-called experts. Are they referring to Peter Folding there? Whereas here, it's like, oh, thank you to Peter.
Thank you so much for giving their time and coming their way. So I think they're both singing from the same song sheet now, that she's not actually in from the bench to the Wyre. We categorically rule out Nikki is not in there, which we've got to hold on to. Good news. And then you look at the theories behind that are going into, if a victim does go in and drowns, the hypothesis is that they tend to stay where they're put. So
yeah, that's the thing. That's the key thing in this interview. I think looking at her face there, it looks like she knows what she's saying. Let's have a look at that again. Victims tend to stay where they're put.
And drowns, the hypothesis is that they tend to stay where they're put. So we have to cling on to all the...
They tend to stay where they are put. Not where they fall, not where they go in, but they tend to... Yeah, do you remember that? That was a bit... sorry, just let me put myself back in the picture. This is the real me now. The other one was me talking then when I made this video. But yeah, victims tend to stay where they're put. No, it was quite odd that, wasn't it? But anyway, so she'd been talking to Peter, of course. She'd been talking to Peter Folding, and he would have told her that victims tend to stay where they're put. But yeah, it was quite a strange thing to say, really, where they're put. But why would you even say that, even as a mistake? You know, how would you make that mistake? Wouldn't you say that victims tend to stay where they fall in or where they hit the water or... Yeah. But, and victims, just the word victims itself. It's a mystery, this case, isn't it?
They tend to stay where they're put, so we have to cling on to all the...
They tend to stay where they are put. Not where they fall, not where they go in, but they tend to stay where they are put.
They tend to stay where they're put, so we have to cling on to all these theories that I know, but we're still wanting that bit of evidence. And then I suppose that goes into a slight bit of frustration that the police, the mountain rescue, we've had Peter, we've had the community, we've had you guys, all pulling together, working as a team, yet we still have no information. So that's where the frustration comes from. And when you
Yes, all praising Peter, praising the media, so different from the police station statement or the family statement that was given by the police. What changed? What changed? Why did it go from, oh, thank you to everyone, to basically fuck off and leave us alone?
Work as hard as everyone is doing, we'll need a reward, and that will be Nikki.
Well, let's just hope that the team here are able to get some information today. If you have anything that you haven't yet shared with Lancashire Police, dial 101.
Right. Now, see how she goes then she sort of steps into that interview like a pro, doesn't she? And then steps out of it. I think normally people don't know what to do they, when they're being... Oh, I've got a little bit of a tan there, I think. I need to get in the sun, get a tan back again. I think I've gone all pale now and need some colour. But yeah, so that was one interview that Emma did. If I can find one quickly, I might do another one. Let's see. Let's have a look at another one or another couple. This definitely must have been in the summer because I've definitely got a bit of colour on these videos. Whereas I'm definitely white pale now. Okay, let's see. Let's find. I've cut through all the me talking and just get to the bit where Emma's talking. This first interview that we're going to look at is very, very short. I could not find the whole interview. Now we saw, this is an interview she must have done. She did 2 interviews on this same day because we have seen her on the bank of the river like this, but with another camera angle. So obviously she must have been interviewed by one media outlet, and then this is, I think this is Good Morning Britain, this particular one. She was being interviewed by Susanna Reid, but I cannot find the whole video, only
Peter involved, and Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y, and Z?
So I couldn't find it. So we'll just play what we can of it.
I believe so. If you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kits.
So it's funny looking at this now in view of all the Peter Folding stuff and that. She's comparing the 2 kits. We just know now, don't we? There was so much bad feeling about Peter Folding being there.
And I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved, and Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y, and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously, Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
Now, remember, in the College of Policing review, it said that Peter had been phoned by the family and asked to come and help, and the police didn't want him to come and help right from the beginning. And the family, which I presume means Emma and Paul, said that they would make a negative press release. They virtually blackmailed the police into letting Peter come. The police did not want him there right from the beginning, for whatever reason. I personally think it goes back further. I think there was already bad blood between Peter and the police. And I mean the police in general, not just Lancashire Police, because Peter had been on the television the night before saying how crap the police were. And I think there's something's happened somewhere along the line with the police before this, but this has brought it to a brink. You know, this case has brought the gradual deteriorating relationship between Peter and the police, has brought it to a head and broken it completely. And whatever Peter does or says, he's never going back and getting the same respect from the police again, in my eyes anyway. But you can see it even by Emma's face and the things that she says and the things that Pete said and the things that the College of Policing review said. There is no love lost between the police and Peter by this stage. Yeah, so it seems like there's been some acrimony or something. Listen to what she says, because For those of you who
No,
don't know,
bearing
what
in mind
happened, what I'm saying now on the video here, I didn't know all this about Peter then. So I must have got that impression even then. Was Emma is Nicola's friend, supposedly. Well, she was a friend. She knew her. How well she knew her, how close friends they were, we just don't know, really, or I certainly don't know. Anyone who actually knows them personally who wants to let me know what the actual friendship they had was, please do, because there's so many conflicting rumours. And then when Nicola disappeared, Emma sort of set herself up as, or the family set. Again, there's so much we don't know. She was the one giving all the information to the media, acting as if she was the police, like telling the public what they shouldn't do, which number they should ring with information, what information they need. She's just took complete control of the whole process. And this has made people a little bit suspicious because everything she talks about is all about her and Paul. And there seems to be this division between, so Nicola's parents and her sister, they appeared in one interview, but separately. They've never appeared in a joint interview along with Nicola's partner, Paul. There's a lot of videos on here about Paul as well. There's a lot of speculation that maybe Paul and Nicola were actually on the verge of separation, even if they hadn't already separated. There's rumours of domestic violence. There was a welfare check carried out at the house by the police on the 10th of January. We still don't know exactly what happened there. The police tell us, everyone tells the public not to speculate, but they don't give any information out, and they just speculate themselves about everything that would happen. So really, that's why this case has become a complete, it ranges from psyops, theories range from psyops, conspiracy theories, that Nicola might have gone into witness protection, that she may have been abducted, it may have been arranged by Paul, or maybe Paul had nothing to do with it and it was two fishermen that was, you could not have a story that had more red herrings, more, you couldn't write a book that had all this in it. And unfortunately, this is a person's life. This is Nicola, and two children have lost their mother, and there's so much rumor and speculation. But the thing is, what we need the information, and this is what we're hoping from the inquest, because then people will hopefully stop speculating. To me, I think the coroner, at the end of the day, what he says is going to be true. He's the expert. He's the expert. We are not the experts on autopsies and things like that. So and I know a lot of people believe in conspiracy theories and that, but to me, I just would say, why would there be a conspiracy around Nicola's death? That I don't see what that would be about. But anyway, everyone's got their theories. Everybody's theories are welcome on my channel. I like to hear people's theories if they've got some evidence to back it up, especially. I'm always open to listening to ideas. I think all that we do generally agree on is something very mysterious happened. I think people can't quite get to grips with the fact that Nicola deleted herself. I don't think there's any evidence to show that she deleted herself, but they've brought up this thing about the menopause and the depression and the drinking afterwards, long after Nicola first went missing. Initially none of that was discussed. Nicola was made out to be this sort of almost perfect person and the rock of the family, etc. The other suspicious thing about Emma, the friend, and I don't know Emma, maybe she, again, if anyone actually knows Emma, actually knows her and knows what she's normally like, You know, is she just one of those people that likes to be in charge, takes over? Sometimes you need someone like that. Or, you know, is she taking over too much? You know, it's sometimes her and Paul, it seems like they're a couple. And she talks about the family as if it's a blended family, about her children and his children. And I get this feeling that they're all together, you know. But yeah, what she just said then that was interesting, if we listen. Oh, so what happened was she and Paul, because quite often they talk about the family in this case, but often the family, they're not talking about Nicola's parents and her sister. They're talking about Paul and Emma. You know, quite often reporters have interviewed Emma and referred to her as family. She doesn't bat an eyelid. Anyway, yeah, listen, so they brought in, although the police were using their search teams, divers, etc., they brought in a private search team, Peter Folding and his team. Peter is a private company. I'm presuming, yes, you can see that. You can see that fine. Now, this first interview that we're going to look at is very, very short. I could not find the whole interview. Now, we saw, this is an interview, people a little bit suspicious because that was discussed. Private company, his company is a private company, but it quite often works. Although the police were using their search teams, long after.
The search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
Yeah, so it sounded there, didn't it? Like something might have. So, yeah, it sounds like there might have been a little dispute there about that. I'm going to put it back to the beginning. You can listen to it again.
So I believe, so if you watch the bulletin, Peter's bit of kit was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved. And Lancashire Police said, well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y, and Z? Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously, Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
Yeah, so it sounded there, didn't it? Like something might have. Well, Peter's here now, and you know, it's she's obviously a reporter, and this is Good Morning Britain.
Hoping her children and yours.
Yeah, I think children are quite resilient, aren't they? Obviously asking questions each day. I know the girls, when they get home from school, say, any news on mummy?
Yeah, so children are very resilient, aren't they? Yeah. She talked, I still don't like the way she talks about the children. She's either talking about their little minds or, you know, talking about, I think it's very patronising when she's talking about the children. But watch this next thing that she says, and watch her smile. So this is the other thing that's upset a lot of people with Emma's interviews. She's always smiling. Not only that she doesn't get ever genuinely upset, there's never a tear. There's 17 interviews, no tears when your friend's gone missing. There's a couple of times in interviews where a voice sort of breaks, but there's no tears. It's not genuine. It just isn't. You know, I've seen a million interviews like this when people are pretending to cry, or if there's no tears, when you cry, when you really genuinely feel emotion, tears, you get tears. You just do. And even if you're trying to control it, you cannot control your eyes filling up. You can't. And the other thing, when I watch Emma being interviewed, same with Paul, you know, I do feel people's emotions. When I watched Dot and Ernie's interview, I started crying because I was feeling their emotions. I never feel that when I'm watching Emma or Paul being interviewed. Never. And, you know, I am an empathetic person. I do feel for people when I feel that but I can't feel an emotion that isn't there. So I'm not saying that they've necessarily done anything to Nicola. What I'm trying to say is I don't feel that there's any real warmth or love there, real emotion, you know, in missing her. unless they're really, really good at covering it up. But nobody could cover it up this much.
And Paul has to say no. And Paul says he can just see the little girls just deflate. The little girl saying, "Is my mummy famous?" And what didn't quite know how to answer that myself. It's for the wrong reasons. Absolutely.
Yeah. So the girls were saying, "Is my mummy famous?" And I didn't know how to answer that myself. For the wrong reasons. Smile. Look, this is what I mean. Anytime when you stop the video, that is what you get: a smile, a smirk, even. Look, why? That's somebody. Honest to God, I'm starting to think either I'm really like a bad person, or there's something really wrong here. She just looks so happy. Let's watch that again.
For the wrong reasons. Absolutely. And what do you want now? I think it's simple, isn't it? Simple. Just bring Nikki home. And I've said, we'll bring Nikki home, come to the sofa with the girls, with Willow, and you can have that happy story, because that's what we're keeping hopeful. I believe so. If you watch the bulletin, Peter's bitter kit.
Again, right, let's watch they're only short, so let's just watch the whole interviews again and watch at the end of that second interview. She's really smiling.
It was 52,000. I don't know what Lancashire bit of kit was, and I think that's what they were talking about yesterday when we were getting Peter involved. And Lancashire Police said, "Well, how do you know our kit isn't X, Y, and Z?" Well, we don't know that, and that's why. But obviously, Peter's here working with Lancashire Police, and we just have to have everything crossed that the search continues and Nicola's not in that river.
Hoping her children and yours.
Yeah, I think children are quite resilient, aren't they? But obviously asking questions each day. I know the girls, when they get home from school, say, "Any news on mummy?" And Paul has to say no. And Paul says he can just see the little girls just deflate. The little girl saying, "Is my mummy famous?" And what didn't quite know how to answer that myself. It's for the wrong reasons. Absolutely. And what do you want now? I think it's simple, isn't it? Simple. Just bring Nikki home. And I've said, we'll bring Nikki home, come to the sofa with the girls, with Willow, and you can have that happy story, because that's what we're keeping hopeful.
Okay, well, let me know your thoughts. As always, I'd like your thoughts. Tell me if I'm imagining it. Tell me if you don't see it that way. Do you see a woman distraught because her friend has gone missing? Do you? I mean, maybe some people do, but I don't see it. I'd like to see it. Not that I'd like to see her distraught, but I don't like thinking bad of people. It's the same with Paul. I don't want to think bad of Paul, because at the end of the day, Paul is all those children have got left, and their grandparents. So, that's their dad. They've lost their mum. Wouldn't be nice for them to lose their dad for whatever reason. So, I'd like to think it's not like that, but I just don't feel the emotion. That's the whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to love you and leave you now, as they say. Hey, it's me, I'm back. So, yeah, the thing is, Chumba, isn't it? You get so much drama in your life over the years that in the end you just don't want any more drama. But, yeah, Heather, well, I've got this sort of Cancer ascendant, so that apparently that'd be why you think that. So, if I'm going to do a video about horoscopes. One day, I've been saying it for ages and I've just not got round to it, because there's always other things going on, aren't they? But there's always something to make a video about. But I want to do one about horoscopes, because it's just interesting, isn't it? Some people believe it and some people don't believe it. But it's interesting. Whatever, we can make it interesting. But yeah, I will do that now. So I am going to bed soon. I'm quite tired now. So that's quite. What's that? So I've been on for 4 hours and 4 minutes. I don't normally do these long streams, but today was a special day, wasn't it? What we were, you know, I wanted to talk about Nicola. I won't be talking about Nicola until, well, the 2nd of February. This documentary, isn't it, is going to be aired on Channel 5, which apparently it is. So apparently it is going to be aired. No, so it was, and then somebody had emailed me and said no, it wasn't on. And anyway, it is. So it's on Friday. I think it's Friday the 2nd of February. And we will be doing then, I'm hoping to try and record it and then go through it together, maybe on the Saturday or something. But we'll see. You know, it's funny watching that. Then it just reminds, because you do forget things, and it did remind you know, any of you that are on here watching this video, who've watched my videos, will know, you know, anything emotional, I end up crying. It's just like the way I am. I'm an emotional person. That's why I could have never been a politician or anything like that, because I get too emotional. I always thought I wanted to be a vet, but I would have been a disaster as a vet because I'm too emotional. You know, I couldn't do those things because I can't step back from things. But yeah, watching Paul being interviewed and watching Emma being interviewed, I never feel upset. Whereas when I saw Ernie, then that video we watched earlier, when Ernie got upset, I wanted to cry. You know, so because I feel like genuine emotions. So I'm not saying that that Paul or Emma did anything to Nicola. I don't know what happened, but there's a lack of emotion there for me not to get upset, because believe me, I can get upset. I could just see a post on Twitter and start crying. You know, it's like it doesn't have to be. You know, so that's what makes me feel there's something missing there, at least some emotion missing. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody who's been here with me. Thank you to the people that sent me a Ko-fi and who gifted Jim with his membership. Thank you so much, Katrina, for that. And Katrina also sent me a super chat. Thank you. So very, very kind for that. And Jim's a member again. Lucky Jim. Look at Jim. Maybe you'll, now that once you've been gifted a membership twice, maybe you'll just keep coming up each time, you know. But yeah. It's nice to have you back in the family. I should welcome you back to the family, shouldn't I? But anyway, thank you so much. Really, thank you. And let's see what happens with that interview. Not interview, with the... I hope that when they put out this new Channel 5 documentary thing, you know, they say they're going to show unseen footage of Paul's interview. And maybe he did get emotional during that interview, but it's just been cut out. And I think if we were shown that, maybe we would feel more. You know, as I say, I want to believe that Paul had nothing to do with it. I want to believe that because I want those girls to have a nice father now that they've lost their mother. But anyway. Oh, I'm glad you all enjoyed it. Yeah, Jim, lucky Jim. So thank you so much, all of you. I think Leos are a bit of a show off, Melanie. That's it. But you know, Leos are I think Leos are what's the word? They're a dichotomy. You know, they're two different people. They can be like love the limelight and that, but also they can be very insecure. They can be both those things in one. You know, they're a bit of you know, they're like there's two sides to a Leo. They're not as confident as they make out. They can make out they're confident, but inside they don't necessarily feel that confident, I think. Anyway, thank you all. Remember to live and love wisely, carefully. As I say, thank you for the Ko-fi, Gail and Heather. Thank you to Katrina for the super chat and for making Jim a member. But also thank you to everyone just for being here with me, just for watching the video. I hope you've all liked the video, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. That's the main thing. Found it interesting with, you know, justice for Nicola, isn't it? We won't stop talking about Nicola until we feel that justice has been done. That's the whole point with Nicola. We're still talking about it a year on because we don't feel, you know, confident that it's been dealt with properly. And just that earlier, reading out the appendices and the person A and the person B and person C just confirms it all, doesn't it? But anyway, thank you very much. Remember to live and love wisely and carefully, and I will see you really soon in the next video. And until then, may your God go with you. Thank you. Thank you. Adios. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.